The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Right, let's see if it's all working. Looks like it was going alright this morning. Whether I'm working is another thing. I've been quite sick this morning. How's the syncing going? 1, 2. Looks like it might be alright. Oop, got the message up. Oh, it's got rid of it automatically. I'm not sure anyone's going to join me just yet. Daylight savings kicked in, messed up a few things obviously as well, so it might be too late for many people. Anyway, I just do what I do. I'm a man on an island that's stuck in a hole in the island in the middle of nowhere. That's basically my channel. Truth doesn't matter. Only fake truth matters. But anyway, it's almost time to give it all up and just leave it. Ufology is a pile of trash. It really is. And you can't win. Tried for 8 years now to try and win. And all I've got is 0 people watching. Great stuff. But if I do some fantasy stuff and claim stuff, fake stuff as real, we have lots of people subbing and watching. Anyway, let's type up the side chat. I don't know, guys. It's not really worth it anymore. I've tried. Google's got it in for me, obviously. Can't attack their $1 million earners every year. And their recommendation is to join up with the frauds. The ringmaster Google wants us to join up with the frauds to grow your channel. That's the recommendation. That's what it says on the main page for a month. If you want to grow your channel, collab. Yeah, with who? And if they're already a big channel, they're not going to collab with small channels. That's ridiculous. Anyway. Is it pinned? No. on, eyes. There we go. That's looking alright. It's a cool day today, but I got the fan still on turbo. It's not too bad there. Better than normal. I did do another Windows update, but I think there's another one coming up. Even though I extend it to a month, and then I also did update the NVIDIA drivers, because I was getting a weird blank screens flip up and then disappear. Hard to know whether you're being hacked or not, though. That's normally happens when you're being remote controlled. But yeah, just have to see how it goes. The men in black are after me too. Silence him. Tell Google not to send out notifications. So yeah, I've got a fair bit of tabs here to go through. I don't know if anyone's around. I did say I was going live. Probably all on Stevens, is it? I don't care. Praise the cash! Okay. So, some of this is mostly because of Gabber. And always arguing about with him on stuff, and you just have to do a wee bit of basic research, and you get things sorted. So let's have a look at what UFOofinterest has put up. Let's just update that. Actually, I might just dive into the main topic. Actually, I should have rearranged this. So we could do Ken the Moon. Yeah, okay, we could probably do that. Was there any other ones? GUFON nonsense, alien nonsense. Yeah. So you may have heard about this guy that apparently was working for NASA and made all these claims, and people did a background check on him, found that he was lying about lots of stuff. Apparently he was claiming that he worked in a photo lab and saved photos that were going to be destroyed. But yeah, we'll just go through the story. Turns out the photos were never destroyed, and he didn't save a thing, and they're all available online. But this story's still going around TikTok and all the other fake sites promoting a moon base, moon building cover-up or whatever. So, how do we get rid of that? Is that as big as we get it? It's big enough, probably. So let's see. It's 100 pages, so let's just break it down. So how does it start? Ken's Moon, I think, is a book, isn't it? Yeah, ebook. So he wrote an ebook making all these claims, and he's claiming that the money all goes to the Roswell UFO Museum. I guess that's the one with the UFO on the corner of the building. Roswell UFO Museum. And that one there with a UFO. Let's see if we can get a bigger picture. And might remember that they had one on the outside that they took down to get cleaned because it got a bit grotty. And that one there, I don't think it's there now. Can't see it on that picture. But yeah, it used to be on the corner, and then they had it on a truck or something to be taken away to the cleaners, and some kids stole it. And they took it out to the desert, and it fell off and got dented and smashed up. And I think it was toast after that. It's going to cost too much money to fix it. But anyway, he works for that museum there, or probably used to. Let's see, don't know if he's still around. Ken Johnston. But anyway, we'll just go through it. YouTube discussion, Russian news, media loves it. Yeah, they love the moon and UFO stuff, same as China. Oh, I better check up the audio. Is the audio working? It sounds like it. Looks a wee bit lower than it should be though. But it's on maximum. That's because Windows keeps doing updates. Associate Press reports Johnston's claims verbatim. And of course it was also on various UK mags, right? Skeptical blog response. Anomaly photos. Easily debunked. We've debunked a few of those over the years. Because Secure Team picked up the story from the newspapers. Oh, just come over all sick again. Johnston denounces response, refuses answering. That sounds like someone that's got something to hide then, right? Because you'd go on TV and all sorts of places to promote it, like Corbell. Fact-checking Johnston's claims. Roswell UFO connection. I suppose these might be the chapters, so book review. Conclusion to be demonstrated. The images from Johnston's collection do not provide any compelling evidence of any extraordinary lunar activity. None of the images or testimony provided compelling evidence of any NASA or other deceptive manipulation or cover-up of actual discoveries. So I'm just taking this from James Oberg's write-up. He's bang on. I've looked at various other people claims and they've made the same claims. So we can just use this as it is because it's all correct. And if you do a search online, it's mostly just all fraud sites really. It's very hard to find stuff like this that actually gives you the facts. Claims Johnston's participation, what a word, in such activities are based on his own say-so, which in other crucial space program issues can be shown to be exaggerated beyond recognition or entirely imaginary. So it sounds a wee bit like Bob Lazar's story, doesn't it? Disbelief in the accuracy of his narratives cannot be construed to imply any deliberate deception on his part. disbelief in the accuracy of his own narrative. So does that mean he's got like a maybe a memory problem in his head? In this field, it's most of ufology is total trash, right? So either it is to make money, even though it doesn't go to his pocket, so to speak, but if he's an employee of the museum or a volunteer, I'm not sure, in some ways it does go to his pocket then, doesn't it? Anyway, let's just carry on. Yep. Ken's Moon, 3-book series by Dr. Ken Johnston Sr. That doctor in front is a wee bit suspect too. So we'll get to that. NASA Whistleblower Books Special UFO Festival Price. Only $20. Is it for all 3 on CD, signed by Ken? Well, if it's shite to start with, signing it's not going to make it any more valuable. No checks, please. Credit card. Go online this week. And there's the 3 books. Alright, so what's he trying to tell us? Accessing Ken Johnston's more conventional statements, not his character. So this is attacking his commentary, not his character. We're not doing a GUFON. Okay, so general military veteran. So they're saying that he was actually a vet. Genuine Apollo program vet. Kindly generous human being. A motivator of young to aerospace careers. Hey Mike, you're the only one to be here so far. But you just missed 15 minutes. Oh, what's going on there? I've got a key. That looks like I've got a key stuck down. Huh? That's weird. Anyway, got something strange happening here. Have to be on the laptop, I think. How do I get around that? Let me just type in hi. No. Must have a key pushed down. But where? It was going so good too. Can't bring up your thing on the screen. Alright, I need to scroll that up and down. Alright. That's weird. Is that another Google bug, is it? Could be. Remove. That's really weird. What's that come up with? Get a poll. Yeah. Oh, got your yo up on the screen. It's doing something really weird here though. It's also doing it's like doing a multi-click. It's like they must have stuffed it up. It doesn't work with the oh. Let me just reload it. Hang on. There's always little bugs because Google keeps mucking around with it. No. Oh. No. I'll show you what it's doing anyway. This is my control for it. Brings up this here at the same time. Stupid, isn't it? Normally it just brings up the message. Something's got broken by Google again. What else can I do? It's really strange. Let's right click there. Yeah. Yeah, so it's screwed up. I wonder how I can fix it though. Oh, at least it's sort of working, I guess. That's weird. Go to channel. Stuff, yeah. Anyway, I'll just have to put up with it. Might have to check it after the show. Yep, I've tried everything here. Oh, yo, how's it going? Anyway, we're talking about this Ken's Moon. A guy that worked with Hoagland. Remember they faced some Mars people and moon structures, glass buildings. That's the people we're talking about here. He's claiming that NASA had images that they were going to destroy, and he kept some of them. But the whole story doesn't pan out because someone's done a lot of background checking on this one. So they're saying the positive things about this guy. So we got down to here. Motivator of young people, space program enthusiast, inspiring speaker, bold dreamer, earth-shattering claims, and accusations that do not stand up. So that's his finer points. So he was the ex-vet, and some of them do have mental issues, don't they, later in life? Like, was it PSTD or whatever it's called? So could he have sort of got his memory memory mixed up, or is he actually a fraud? A very good one. Anyway, it just carried down this breakdown of him. So there's his first book. So what does it say? The story of Ken Johnston's archive of historic NASA photos and his decision to go public with evidence of the manipulation of these images from the Apollo moon missions is the stuff of legend in the alternative history community. The basic story is that Ken discovered a disturbing situation in the secret halls of our hallowed space agency. At the lunar receiving laboratories, Ken was the director of the data and photo control department, responsible for all the photographs and data generated by the contributing scientists from around the world. Or was he? That's his claim. What's that say over here? Smoking gun! Love smoking guns. That reveals the dark mission of NASA. So you might remember Hoagland, Richard Hoagland, did a book called The Dark Mission, or The Dark Side of the Moon, or whatever. You'd think, though, they would have combined and written a book together. But then he'd have to give half the money to Richard, I guess. And let's get going. Now, narrative. And he's got a website. I haven't checked to see if it still exists, actually. Is it clickable? Let me copy link. The funny thing in front here, WW1. Surely, what's happened there? I didn't put a 1 in it, did I? It must be a typo on the page. I wish my eyes were a bit better. What's all that crap? Third phase. Why did it come up with all that crap? That's correct. So looks like maybe his site isn't working. Hey, try reload. He's got a redirect error on his hosting site, I think. He's typed in wrong. All the hosters stuffed it up. Let's try it about the W's. Yeah, so I was saying that daylight savings is screwed up. So yeah, I can't. This site's not coming up. Okay, that's not a good sign, is it? I wonder if he's checked it lately. Haven't even checked mine lately. Where's WordPress? I'll just see if mine comes up. I thought it would have come up in the list by now. Got caps on too. Yep, that comes up alright, doesn't it? Looks like it's alright. So mine's set up probably. So let's go down what's written here then. The story of Ken Johnston's, or Johnston's, not sure if I'm saying his name properly. Archive of historic NASA photographs. Okay, I think we read that a bit earlier. The basic story is that Ken discovered a disturbing situation. I think we read that too. At the Lunar Receiving Laboratory, I think we read that already as well. Continued. One day, Ken enters the room where he sees strange activity. Given that he feels a sense of responsibility for the integrity of the NASA collection, he inquires as to what's going on. He spoke with several people who called themselves strippers. Praise the cash! Because they were stripping out details in lunar images they might be hard to explain. That day they were at the task of painting out the stars, in particular lunar images. Now, how can you paint out stars? You could have to scan in the negatives on the computer and then paint it out. Can you touch up negatives like that? Of course, how small are the negatives and how steady hand would you have to have if it was negative painting? That's a good question. See, I don't know too much about film. I'm more of a digital person. And can you paint out scratches? I suppose you can, but it sounds like it would be painful. Negatives. What we got? And scratch and film negatives to create. So you can scratch them. How to remove scratches. How do you fix scratched negatives? I was hoping for explanation rather than different types of scratches on cars. Did I say cars anywhere, Google? I said negatives, so it should say film. There we go. Dust scratches and other kinds of film damage can be removed with various tools, including the dust and scratches tool in Photoshop. Okay, that's digital. So like I said, you must scan it in, then touch them up. And then you would have to destroy the originals if you didn't want anyone to see. But that apparently did not happen, as we'll get on with the story. Can toothpaste remove scratches? That's talking about cars again, isn't it? Damn. Vaseline. Camera domes is that one. Fixing negative scratches. Here we go. Oh, damn. Noise, or if the scratch is not in motion, can't beat it. What the hell's that? If the emulsion is scratched, you can use a very fine brush and some spotted solution. Now, how would you do that? You'd have to have a huge magnifying glass and a very steady hand. So we know the star thing is totally bollocks on space photos, because NASA, the International Space Station, has taken pictures of stars when they set up their camera settings correctly, or if they do it as normal settings, that gets rid of motion blur and stuff, then you don't see the stars. It's all to do with the length the shutters open to collect more light, you see. I thought I'd add noise or you can try no scratch. It's messy, but it may work. You need to clean the negative afterwards, which also means re-washing. Sounds like a horrendous thing to do, doesn't it? You didn't say how deep it was. Still, it's not painting out stars, is it? So that's getting rid of the scratches. That's really deep. So noise oil sounds like it. So whatever that stuff is. I suppose it could be some black ink. But then if you don't match it up with the background, you'd see these little round blobs everywhere on the photo, right? On the negative. Especially when you scanned it in. What is oil noise? Did I misread it wrong? Noise oil. It might be a brand name. Keeps wanting to go to cars. It must be a brand name. Let's see, Clayton film. Negative C color. Watercolor painted negatives process. Well, that would show up. That would be, say, false. Yeah, so you wouldn't want to do that one. Draw on your negatives. That would show up too. Yeah, scanning in would be the easiest, wouldn't it? Anyway, just carry on. So, next bit. Strippers, huh? Strippers in NASA. They're having lots of fun. That day they were at the task of painting out the stars and particular lunar images. The unusually lame excuse given was the stars in the lunar sky would confuse people. This was alarming for Ken to discover. He found out also that smudging out anomalies on images was commonplace. Well, we know that NASA does touch up some of the images, especially of the selenium, for posters and stuff. Because you don't want a poster that's got an original scratch from the negative on it, do you? Or some dust or whatever. But we know we're seeing lots of images. Security teams found a few, which do have all the scratches and things on there still. So, claiming to be aliens or UFOs. And they didn't paint out all the blue flashes from the electrostatic roller noise that lit up the negative with that pale blue color. They certainly didn't paint out all those. So this story so far is not adding up to me. And they certainly wouldn't have painted tens of thousands of images. Maybe he's just talking about Apollo 11 stack. How about all the other images out there? Continued. Ken's story could be counted as a minority report in NASA's branded panorama of America heretics. The US government and the American people had allocated significant financial and other resources towards the goal of reaching the moon at the behest of our young President Kennedy. The idea was to see what was there, to share that information to the world and evaluate the knowledge of mankind. But if there was something there, we know these people are highly religious Christians, and there's no mention about alien greys, right? So that would be one of the main reasons to cover it up, is because it would break the belief system that they blindly follow. Because it's written down in some scripts by ancient people that had no knowledge of science or technology. They just had a chisel and some limestone or some coal dust, is it, in liquid to write it on early paper that they probably got from Asian people, was it, from trading. Not too sure how that works in the Middle East. I suppose there would have been some trade, rice paper and all that, or got the idea of the Asians anyway. Discover the artifacts of that effort might have been manipulated with was highly disappointing. Is this scenario being asserted by Ken, that the very human being who at one time had watched over the chain of evidence? Ken says for his personal work profile saves for his own personal profile a set a set of photo prints that become Ken's archive. Now a legendary legacy, it's a bit of a tongue twister here, now presented to the public. Okay, here we go. Brett Sheppard forward to Ken's archive. I guess this is taken from his website. Brett Sheppard, who's that? Anybody? One of the astronauts, is it? Or one of the people that worked with him? Or is he's another one of these people that worked with Hoagland, like Mike Barra? Brett Sheppard, let's Google his name up. And NASA, is it? It's going to be a lot of Brett Sheppards, isn't there? My name is Ken. I can see why I'm titled like this guy. Brett Sheppard and Ken Johnston come up straight away there. Look, The Other Side of Midnight. What's that podcast? Years later, he feels compelled. Here we go. Anomalies. But we haven't found out who this Brett is. There's Alan Sheppard. That's the other. That was the Sheppard I was thinking of. So it can't be that one. I've got a bio. No. Who the hell is he? The mood of the oven. I don't think it's anything to do with that. Yeah, it's very strange. They can't find out who he is. Maybe he's not part of NASA. Is that the one we're after? don't know. Okay. I'll try the moon. Yeah, I don't know. What else can we try? Hoagland. Keeps coming up with the same guy. Nebraska. So, was it double P or single P? Maybe I got something wrong. Double P. Right. That might change everything. Okay, let's come back up with that one again. A citizen scientist. There we go. Brett Sheppard is a scientist who has been working for many years to verify Ken's amazing lunar story. There we go. And it's come up with this one again, which we're reading out now. Hey sightings. You're one of two that's joined us. What's up? Not much. Just some weird stuff happening with the pop-up chat. We're just going over Ken Johnston's claims of NASA cover-up, which is another shill that a lot of people believe. So he's a citizen scientist. That's probably good enough to go with. So what's that saying here? His integrity is impeccable, but is his memory? Did he get a bang on the head and start imagining things? And what he has said about our space images is the truth. Well, we know they did touch up photos, but I think it was only done through the scanner, wasn't it? So they might have thought something underhanded was happening. I have never met anyone more dedicated to the space program. All he has ever done his entire life is proudly serve our country with honor for all those who have also served. He worked with NASA as a civilian astronaut consultant pilot with over 3,000 hours testing the LM in the vacuum chambers and teaching many of our lunar astronauts how to fly its surface safely. He worked at a lunar receiving lab and was put in charge of organizing and cataloging most of the lunar imagery and lunar samples. So is this a case where someone's embellished their CV again? It's like Stanton Freeman saying he was working on nuclear engines, but it turns out he was a technician in the back lab, you know, analysing samples, which is also vital, of course, but I wouldn't call it working on nuclear engines. Developing and designing them and being there at the front pushing the button. But yeah, I suppose it sells, you know. I could upgrade my 2 degrees to PhDs and no one would do a background check on me, maybe. This is a stupid thing to do, you know. Why would you do it? You know, you'd get found out eventually. Reality check. Okay, let's see. Grumman records do not show. What's Grumman? Do not show any vacuum chamber runs involving Johnson. So already he's been debunked then. Grumman's, wasn't he one of the NASA control person? So we've got so much to learn here. Going back in time. Was it men's or man's? Men's. Grumman's. Yes, let's see. Must be a log of some kind, is it? Northrop Grumman provides end-to-end space capabilities to a broad range of customers. So it looks like it's part of that consultant group then, isn't it? That worked with NASA. Now that start to make sense. So their paperwork doesn't verify his story. So why is that scientist that's backing up his claims not doing the proper checks? You have to ask yourself. There you go. They've got a homepage still too. Toughest problems in space. So I wonder if they work with SpaceX and quite a lot of employees there. 95,000. Life on a moon base. So they're obviously doing all these simulations and stuff, right? Although they're probably the ones that built those domes out in the desert and actually had people live in them to see if they go mental or something, and whether they could survive in a encapsulated spacesuit and buildings all the time. I don't know if I like that too much. But yeah, there we go. What have we got here? Yes, how's it going? I think Grumman's is a company. Yes, you're correct. Mohammed, hi. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's get back to the story of the claims of NASA cover-up. So already he's been debunked on that. The paperwork, unless they burnt the paperwork, which surely then there would be like a log, and there would be, it would show missing pages or documents, wouldn't it? Records do not show any vacuum chamber runs involving Johnson's. Johnson's job was never involved instructing astronauts on anything, especially flying, which was a task Johnson was not qualified to perform. Johnson never had any responsibility for lunar samples except mailing them. Johnson never organized and categorized lunar imagery. He used copies of it. These stories starting to fall apart already. Sloppy potpourri of old pics. Yeah, we get that with security even today. These pictures show the Earth from Buzz Aldrin's window on the Gemini XL. Now, what's that? What's L? 50? X 10? So what's that? 40? Gemini 40? I don't know. Maybe I got it wrong. Looking at the docking shroud of the Aegina after they had started the engines and been boosted to over 740 nautical miles above the Earth. Now, we're only getting half image here. It would have been good to see the whole image. So we got some typos, have we? Page 25, 26. Gemini 12. With astronaut Edwin E. completing the longest EVA recorded by human to the date. So, where's it leading? I'm not sure. What he's trying to point out there. The investigator. NASA whistleblower Ken Johnston donates copies of Apollo mission archive to Roswell UFO Research Center. Okay. So which one is him? That's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? Two old men now. Press release, page 1 of 4. Does go on, I told you. Roswell, New Mexico. Dr. Ken Johnston, senior whistleblower and witness to the image manipulation at NASA in Houston during the Apollo days, is donating a copy of his book series, Ken's Moon. The 3-book series includes archives of Apollo mission photos he obtained during his tenure working at the Lunar Receiving Lab at Houston, Texas, at the Johnson Space Center. Included in the donation is other information about Ken Johnston and video clips of interviews he has done over the years, including a BBC TV program that was filmed at Smithsonian. Okay. Ken's archives have been of interest to researchers for decades because of the interesting artifacts and anomalies that have been found on these early edition lunar photographs. Johnston was interviewed in the made-for-TV movie Aliens on the Moon. I remember that one. On the Sci-Fi Channel. Aired in 2014. So that's a couple of years before I started my YouTube channel. But we don't get Sci-Fi Channel in New Zealand, so I didn't know about it. Okay. Yes, 11. What's 11? L. Roman numbers. There was I have to get my cursor back. There was XL and X11. As far as I know, the X11 is 12, not 11, so I don't know. Gemini 12. Gemini were the early ones, weren't they? Then it went to Apollo, or was it after? I forgot it back to front. Gemini, what came first? What was first? Gemini. 1965. The first crew flight Gemini 3. So there you go. So Apollo come after that? No. Project Mercury. Then, hang on, let's have a look. Artemis. Apollo program. Project Mercury was before Apollo. And Gemini. What was the first, Mercury or Gemini? After Mercury, NASA introduced Gemini and enlarged, redesigned spacecraft. Okay. So why is it not listed here in sequence? Would have made help. There you go. Mercury was the first, Gemini next, Apollo, now Artemis. Big gap in between. They've got a lot of relearning to do, I guess. Eating something to eat. Yeah, I couldn't eat this morning. I'm still a wee bit crook actually. Half asleep here, 3 AM. Yeah, sorry about that, mate. Daylight savings really screwed us up this time. And I got that stupid pop-up thing now, which is annoying the hell out of me. But at least it's still sort of working. Yeah, you don't have to hang around if it's late, you know. You can always watch later. We've got a bit to go through here though. But it's worth doing because I'm not sure anyone's actually debunked this guy. Not on a live anyway. So I might as well be the first one. As long as I don't get too many technical issues here. Johnston's books and archives are being donated. Okay, we just read all that, didn't we? Who makes Ken Johnston archive particularly interesting to researchers? We read all that, didn't we? Okay, when Johnson was working at the Lunar Receiving Lab at the Houston Space Center for reasons that I have never adequately explained, NASA officials ordered the destruction of the first 4 sets of irreplaceable photos of missions that had been kept for use and studied by scientists and NASA employees. So those photos there, it doesn't say negatives though. So it makes sense that they print out some onto paper for scientists to look at. Back then, especially in the early days before computers and scanners and all that was commonplace. And those photos will get fingerprints and stains on them and all that, and it makes sense that they get thrown away. So, was it negatives or photos or both? And was it a copy of the negatives or the original? It doesn't say that either, does it? And of course, is it even true? Johnston argued with his boss because because he thought that the extra sets of photos could be shared with universities. So it sounds like it's a copy, doesn't it? But again, it's talking about photos, not negatives. And scientific institutions, because his boss expressly stated, "I don't care what you do, just get rid of them." Sounds like they were just taking up space, right? Ken has found his loophole for keeping 2 sets. One set that he gave. So it sounds like when you print out negatives onto an album of paper, and for your family photos, right? And then you stick it in storage, or you use it as a reference. Oh, is that what you looked like back when you were 15? One set that gave to a university has all but disappeared. Well, there you go. They didn't care too much about these anomalies then, did they? The other he kept for his own records. These sets of photos went into the dumpster behind the building as ordered. He kept this. Obviously, it wasn't top secret then, if they're just dumping it into a bin out the back. So his story's starting to fall to bits even then, in that case. Just on to the next one. 2015, Johnston met with researchers Brett Sheppard and Karen Christine Patrick of the Lunar Anomaly Research Society. So a couple of loopies. And they're meant to be a scientist. So has he got a PhD? A group on Facebook. Members of the group study artifacts and anomalies found in lunar photographs. Now we've got plenty of those now online, including ancient structures, Gabber, modern technology, and UFO craft seen on the moon. Johnston, Sheppard, and Patrick become Team Ken's Moon, named after the book series. Together they put the information into an ebook format, which has now been published as Ken's bio and catalogue of mission reports and the photographic archive. These are all available on the website. And we tried that link and it didn't load, remember? So I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm thinking of the different ways to preserve this material. Probably because it's got too old. It's probably like a 1980s website still. But like Bob Lazar's website, it looks very dated. Now it's all HTML5 and because of security changes, if they don't keep up, your page doesn't load. And of course you got to design web pages now that work with tablets and smartphones. Yep, we can listen. Looks like we got Shelley joining us on the side chat. Yeah, I got that damn pop-up thing again. How's it going? So on to the next bit. I'm thinking of different ways to preserve this material. One day it occurred to the team that it would be an excellent idea to donate a set of copies of the books to the International UFO Museum and Research Center at Roswell, so the archives could be available to patrons of Research Center. Yeah, a lot of researchers did go there and dig up all the old UFO reports and newspaper clippings, don't they? And see if there's anything that hasn't been converted to the internet. There's a lot of stuff, obviously, it hasn't been converted to the internet. Nowadays, if you're not living in these locations in America, you never learn about it because they're still on paper, haven't been scanned in. Now, I know Google tried to scan in all books of the library, and then they got sued by book writers saying it's breaking their copyright. So that's just unfortunate, because having all books instantly searchable and readable would be a great thing. I guess it will happen someday. How would you do it though, so the book writers can make some money from it? Because it's always about money, isn't it? So I suppose you could do it in a way where you rent it out, the digital scan, just like you do from a library. Maybe need a membership, $10 a month or whatever, or a one-time payment of $10, and it allows you 10 cents a book or whatever, and that goes to the copyright. There has to be solutions instead of going to court and fighting it in court. You know, people I don't know, humans are stupid. They just don't understand that everything should be available as information. This is why I hate UFO documentaries that Third Phase put out, because you only get to see it if you pay, and that should never happen, in my opinion. I know people want to make a living, but how much money do you need? You know, they've already got millions in the bank. But anyway, there are significant differences between images in Ken's archives and what was available to the public. Okay, so the skeptics say the only difference are degradation of Johnston's images in the storage and through sloppy scanning. So we've come across that before with NASA images, right? Where people are not wearing gloves and we end up with little fingerprint ridges on them. Even NASA, some of the NASA people, well, these labs that scanned in the images for NASA, there was some sloppy handling. So we've covered that in this year and last year too, didn't we? Johnston is an eyewitness to NASA personnel scrubbing out details of photos and painting over the stars in the sky. Well, we know that they did touch up some images before public release, but they surely didn't do hundreds of thousands of them. Would take a lot of time, and then people would probably miss the occasional thing anyway. So yeah, skeptics point out that the stars are too dim to even register in the image f-stop for sunlit lunar surface. Well, we know that's true. Because they took it during the daytime, remember? So they can't have long exposure because they wouldn't get any decent quality images off the moon itself, because the moon's surface is highly reflective of the light. So they had to set the cameras on a certain f-stop setting. Skeptics point out the NASA images are consistent with imagery from the probe from the US Department of Defense, Europe, Japan, China, India, and super high-res lunar reconnaissance orbiter now in operation. So you can get other images of the same locations and the higher quality even, and it debunks a lot of that. We've been over that before as well. NASA officials ordered the destruction of 5 sets of irreplaceable photos of the missions, but we just read earlier that it was copies, because they said they can give a copy to the university, blah blah blah, which they did, and they lost most of them. Why? It's probably because students booked it out and lost them in transit, or they got chewed up by the dog. Have been kept for use and study by scientists and NASA employees. Skeptics point out that Johnston is a shipping clerk, only used images provided him by the photo lab where all the images remain safely archived. So what's it saying there? Again, it sounds like the negatives are stored safely, and only used images, which is what I said, when they print them off and use it for studying, and they get handled, crinkled, and all that sort of business. Skeptics point out the scientists seeking lunar images went to the photo lab and later and Lunar Science Institute, not the Lunar Receiving Laboratory, which had no function for imagery distribution except with soil samples. All images from Johnston's collection still exist in NASA's database now online, so they've all been scanned in. So they still got the original negatives and they scanned it in and archived it that way. So that busts his story completely then, doesn't it? So he doesn't have saved images. He's just got a copy of stuff that's currently available anyway. Now I remember Scott Brando did something like this and pointed it out, and he linked the link to one of the images that he was showing. I'm pretty sure, but I couldn't find it last time. Well, I couldn't find it pre-prepping for the show. NASA whistleblower gives photos to Roswell Museum. Okay, we already all know this. 2016. So what's the problem here? A former National Aeronautics and Space Administration consultant pilot who says photos and films from Apollo mission were doctored has donated material. Well, we already know it. Why is he repeating it again? I don't understand. Johnston says he has not donated the material to other institutions, although some copies of some photos are available online. Johnston, a former trainer of astronauts and Berlin resident, has said he saw NASA staff painting details out on lunar photographs, but not negatives, right? He believes the photos pointed to evidence of extraterrestrial activity on the moon. So if they were printed off and the scientists or whatever were looking at them and they saw there was a scratch or something, right, that makes, they probably want to paint it out so it didn't get in the way of them analysing it when they give it out to other people. I guess. Or were they simply just circling things on the photograph for the scientists to look at? You know what I mean? You know, you get a photograph and you see something interesting in it and you get a white marker and draw around it or whatever, or black marker, or depending what the colour is. Johnston was later fired from NASA. The agency has denied any existence of life on the moon. Okay, so where's it going to? I'm sorry you were taken in by this heretic. Talon, well, he's a bit of a tongue twister of his words, of local New Mexico legend and honourable inspirer of young people for aerospace careers, Ken Johnston, about his role at NASA during Apollo and the UFO secrets he is whistleblowing on. He never was a pilot of any kind for NASA. He dropped out of Navy flight school. He never purged the NASA moon photo files that he was a shipping clerk. That kind of reminds me of Nick Pope's story, doesn't it? Nick Pope, yes, he ran MOD, but no, he was just a clerk. He never was responsible for training astronauts. He was never fired. He resigned from the volunteer outreach position years later when challenged over academic credentials. So even faked those. He claimed questionably based on a mail order diploma mil certificate from a non-existent cemetery. So it was like meant to be, you know, they got cemeteries which are run by Catholic schools and all that sort of stuff. Catholic school university, where you can go there and get a degree or whatever. Generally in religion, isn't it? So he's saying that he actually bought a diploma, a PhD certificate, maybe from China then, I don't know. Doesn't say where he bought it from. But the wiki page does say he's got a PhD, so did they not fact check his qualifications there? There is no secret NASA photographs. There's no secret NASA pictures of alien. He's changed photos to pictures now. Of alien moon bases. Either half a dozen other countries have sent mapping probes around the moon. 24 men have been there, and it's just rocks. Just rocks, Gabber, just rocks. He's a sweet guy in his eyes gone blurry. Emeritus years. What the hell does that mean? Who spins marvelous yarns to please his listeners. Well, we know a few people like that on the web even today, right? And it makes good money. Well, accusing astronauts and scientists of falsifying important discoveries. Just no need for anyone to believe the stories without careful checking, which no one does in this field, apart from me, I guess, and this researcher here and others like him. A principle that applies to all of us. Yeah, so, look! Talk about shells. The next page, the biggest shell in YouTube. Tyler Klockner. Smoking gun, Apollo photo of alien base formation on the moon. Yeah, how many views did he get from that when he took a picture? 200,000. He would have got more than that. What year? That was 2016. That was just before I started up my channel, actually. So he's putting up garbage even before I showed up. There we go. Security's video of Johnston's book. Apollo photographs of alien moon base. Left alien dish antenna. Oh, right. Remember this one. Low res garbage. Yeah, it was a shadow, wasn't it? From a rock on the edge and a pile of rocks in the middle. And that one there, can't quite recall that one. But I think that might be an artifact on the film. Kind of looks like it's in parallel lines. Like a scanner problem, and it's evenly spaced this way, so there might have been something on the negative, like dust or something. We'll see what it says. There's a lot to go through here. We're up to page 21 out of 100. So we might have to speed it up. Let's see. These are the comments on Tyler's. Well, we know what those fans are like on Tyler's. Holy shees, these comments, though, depressing, really. Disinformation agents out in force these days. Why is it not on every TV channel? Maybe because it's pure garbage and people did some background checks. Awesome video, Tyler. We definitely have a smoking gun. No, we don't. Especially someone that has fake qualifications and job resume. I the only one seeing? Oh, what else is in the video? I see a huge graph sitting right under the flashing light. I love these people. They're so gullible. Civilian astronaut consultant pilot ex-NASA contractor reveals private NASA image archive. Okay, this is from security team still, is it? Now we looked at, I looked at this image in full and it's been photoshopped, that one. I don't know if I got it handy, but I think that was security team putting up a Daily Mail thing. Civilian astronaut consultant pilot. Well, let's see what we can find again. Let's see if we can find the big image. What was on the page though? Just try that first. See if we can get some images. Maybe gonna narrow it down. So these are some of the images, I guess, and we've been through a lot of them already, if not all of them. This is the one here. So if he was just like a clerk, right, in a photo lab, you wouldn't be wearing a flight jacket. And he's definitely older there. And especially if he dropped out of flight school. He looks like he's too old there for flight school though, doesn't he? So here we go, that would be his real picture there as a Marine. Yeah, let's see, we'll go to that one. That wasn't the best image. Yeah, seems to be a strange line going there, you see. Let's see if we can get a better image. A strange line around his neck there. Let's keep looking. Yeah, maybe it's... Okay, so he wasn't in a spacesuit either. Here we go. Maybe this is the one. There we go. Still not the best image. Maybe it's not the one I was looking at. I suppose anyone can buy these and just put badges on too. Yeah, I suppose that one might not be photoshopped. I think that is that a line there? It looks like it going around though. Like you could put a head over top of someone else's head, right? But it could be just lines. So that's not the best photo I've seen though. That's pretty crappy. Have a look at that one. Is that a different angle? You see what I mean? It looks like it's photoshopped. Colour of the skin don't match that one. Look. Maybe. Looks photoshopped, doesn't it? What do you reckon, guys out there? Oh, it's really, really bad skin around his neck. But it looks like it's been cut out here, look. That looks so fake to me. Just the colour change alone on the neck there. So I wonder if we could reverse search it and see if it comes up in Tanai. Gabber finally joined us. So yeah, what do you reckon? Do you think this one's photoshopped? So when I first saw it, I thought, looks a bit suspect. The skin tone doesn't change that much with the creases in the neck, does it? Yeah, we're going to probably have to muck around with your mic, aren't we? Let's see what happens. Best to have your filters off, probably. And I will turn you down on the mixer, I guess. Might be the better way to do it. Yeah, they said the astronaut one's definitely photoshopped. We haven't looked at that one yet. But this one I thought was photoshopped as well. How can we do it? Search. Image on tin eye. Let's see what comes up. Only 4 results, so he's not really popular. But we want to know if it matched to any other flight jacket person. But there's no reason why you couldn't make a fake flight suit though, is there? You can get all the badges online and stuff. I guess Google was the other one. The side chat's up there, Gabber. If you're not having problems. Yeah, it's come up with senior citizen. Whoop, too far in. Okay, so there's a lot of people in flight jackets here that it's come up with. Is there anyone that matches his one? The pose. Black thing. A lot of them got the same sort of black. NASA. It would be one of those probably. So we've got this funny symbol here that could be photoshopped on. And it's got the wings that side. So is any other jackets like that? There's one here that's similar, but it's got the NASA logo there, which could be replaced. Has anyone else got that strange symbol? Now they've all got different symbols on the other side, apart from NASA. And that one there seems the closest one of the young guy here. Hello. I heard something happen. Gabber. Can't hear you.
Hello.
You got the filters on? You seem very quiet.
Hello.
Yeah, you're way in the distance, mate. What's going on in your system?
I don't know. What do I sound quiet for?
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Way in the distance. MIB hacked me because I was releasing photos of buildings on the moon.
Hello, hello. I go up to there. Just speak normally and I'll just match you to mine. I think you might be equal actually. Might be just lowering my head.
Might be just lowering your headset.
But why?
Why am I lowering your headset?
It doesn't make...
program. No, I got full volume on my mic input.
Yep. How's he sound, guys? Is it too light, too quiet? 1, 2, 3. Okay, you try now.
Yo. Hello, hello, hello.
I think you're actually quieter than me. Let me just boost you up a little bit.
I don't know why I'm quieter.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, I think we're equal now. I'll leave it like that then.
Might be jitsi.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking it'd probably take a wee bit of work. But it looks like that young guy jacket and that left side's been of a bigger logo added to it. But I don't know, it hasn't got the new US flag on the side, on the arm here. So it can't be that one because you can see it here. Unless it was erased off, of course. Is there any others that sort of match? So why has he not got the logo on the side? Yeah, I suppose it would take a wee bit of research, but it looks fake. It looked fake on that blow up one. This one here. See the colour of the skin? It shouldn't change that much, should it? Doesn't look right here, does it? It's very bad.
What if he wears what if he wears turtleneck sweaters?
Yeah. Then the skin would be whiter than your face, wouldn't it? What? I don't know. It does look photoshopped. Can we see any other telltale signs? But anyway, we'll look at the other one. There's another one where he's in a spacesuit. Apparently that is 100% proven to be fake.
That's photoshopped for sure.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, let's have a look at the neck again. Yeah, it kind of looks cookie cutted again, doesn't it? Like the other one we're just looking at. It's got funny shadow patterns happening. Where's cut it out, cookie cutter. Around here, look. It looks so fake. And again, you got that sort of light colour happening. I wonder who did the editing, him or someone else. But anyway, we'll just carry on. So as soon as you see something like that, you should put doubts in your mind of whether this guy's story is even remotely. See, Secure Team did this before, showed up on the web, right? And he did zero background research on this guy's claims.
Secure Team 10 does no research on anything.
No. He's just a disinformation agent, right? My neck hurts a wee bit today. Okay, we'll just keep on going with information. So we know this is debunked because there's high-res images of that same crater out now. And it's just shadow play and rocks. But that is one of the photos from his collection. saying there was a building and satellite dishes and all that sort of stuff. So we know that's totally bullshit. So let's keep going down. Ken Johnston, civilian astronaut consultant pilot. So it's a bit of a mouthful. At the Apollo program, had for decades been hiding some untouched pictures from various Apollo missions, which we just read above, that they're all available online still. That NASA has scanned them in and made them public, and they're not been touched up. Because if they were touched up, Tyler wouldn't have anything to talk about, because he likes scratches and things. Now they're all being released to the public. Met C, what's that mean? Met C, and here Ken Johnston. Seems a strange way to say it. See and hear, it should say, shouldn't it? Get rid of the meat.
Talking about Americans, tomato.
I know, yeah, the word, and it's a bit of a jumble sometimes. But that's
Americans
right.
Americans don't use English words; they use American words.
Okay, Ken Johnston in 15 minutes with Mars, Moon, Space,
Aussies are
TV.
even worse. Have you seen the words Aussies use? They're even worse.
Yeah. See some on the seashore. See some of the anomalies pointed out by Brett Sheppard. Okay, so this is this so-called guy that studies moon images and claims to be a scientist that works with him. My name is Thomas Mikey, and I am the founder of the site, as well as the Facebook group Mars, Moon, Space, Photo, Soon Club. I think you need a better name, mate. There's too much words in it.
Mars, Moon, Space, Photo, Zoom Club.
Yeah. MMSPZC. Yeah, it's so easy to remember. One of my biggest interests in the universe, and if there is life out there, personally I believe there is life out there. Well, who doesn't, you know? The universe is endless. And the more we see of it with these new telescopes, the more mysterious it is. Direct quotes from Johnston. I was the director of the Data and Photo Control Lab. I had a top secret clearance. That sounds like Bob Lazar bullshit, doesn't it? My headset's falling down. What's that? Oh, James Oberg comment. Previously, he only claimed department, small d, meaning his desk in one corner of the office. That is so Nick Pope, isn't it? This guy's a Nick Pope copycat. No record of him ever having or needing a TS, top secret clearance. I don't think Nick Pope's claimed to have TS clearance, but you never know. Maybe he has. I haven't heard about it. At the very near end of the Apollo program, we had people from the government who came to our homes and asked if we had any materials, books and material. This sounds just like Bob Lazar's story. He must have read up on this story and used part of it. And they confiscated them, took all those back. The truth. No memory, no trace of ever claiming this before. No other Apollo program veteran has any memory of this. There you go. Because he said, we, the people from the government, came to ask we had any material. So multiple people, not just him. That's so Bob Lazar fake story. I was warned about not talking too much. New memory, no trace of ever claiming this before. So these are new things that come out when? It's on a YouTube interview here. by the looks of it. What year was that? It would have been good if he put a timestamp on it. I suppose we could copy and paste it. No, we can't copy. It's a PDF. Damn it. He has got a click link, has he? Oh, yes, he has. Let's see. Copy. Okay, let's see if it comes up. Let's see what happens. Alright, it is here. What website is it? Ah, they've shortened down their name now. Have they? Apollo Space Program instead of all the other crap, was it? Oh no. No, it's a different site. Spacelink TV it's called now. So yeah, it looks like it's an interview on a stream where he made claims that he never made before. So that's called embellishment, right? So let's just keep on going. He was never warned about talking too much. Interview with Karen C. Patrick and Brett Sheppard, Johnston's research associates. There we go. They're the people that believe there's stuff being hidden by NASA on Mars and Moon.
200% accurate. These people, they know what's going on.
No, they don't. They don't know shit. Brett Sheppard, artist and moon anomalous. Is that what they call him? Is it? Just about everybody who looks at it says it's just a rock or something. But I know better. It looks like lunar ruins. I know someone like that. I know a couple of people like that. Lunar reconnaissance orbiter images are CGI. Yeah, I've heard that said before by flat earthers, right? And I do not consider them valid. Move on to another target. You've been hired to trash everybody. He knows that is your job. Well, he's been very factual so far. Oberg replied to Johnston's space career records. You probably made sure his documents are missing from NASA's history. So he's saying that Oberg is deleting stuff on NASA records. A guy like Ken doesn't have to justify himself and what all he did for the space program to fools like you that only want to ride his coattails. Sick of frame by attacking him. On UFO sightings on space flights, Buzz Aldrin recanted his story in a way, but he was the only one who did. Just about all astronauts saw something they couldn't explain away. Most of it's been debunked though, hasn't it? They saw it. They did see stuff like debris past the windows and stuff, or were mistaken about their own stage behind them. But they were new to space at the time. And Russia likes moon anomalies and all that. Russia press. Ken Johnston. Yeah, I don't know what it says here, but it's probably the same as Tyler, right? It's looking at the same images. So Planet Today, translated by Oberg. A former employee of NASA, Ken Johnston, has presented a new photo from his private archive. It depicts the Apollo command module above the lunar surface, of which is visible an extraterrestrial base. The image was taken by astronauts from the spacecraft during the separation of the module. I think we've seen that one on Security. Remember he was saying one of the images after the separation was a alien craft, which is actually part of the command modules, and kept secret for many years, like many other photographs taken during the entire Apollo's program, in which were recorded mysterious structures on the surface of the moon, as well as UFOs of a wide variety of shapes and sizes. These photos were ordered to be destroyed, but Ken Johnston managed to save them. So on the photos presented on the left side of the module are clearly visible bright spots. Now, I pointed that out before. I think they were film artifacts from the scanning, lined up in a few straight lines.
How can you trust NASA? We've been lied to for decades about aliens and UFOs, decades and decades and decades, and all of a sudden NASA's been telling the truth all this time? You got to be kidding me.
Well, we can prove it by...
We can't prove anything. The NASA's told us nothing. We've got astronauts coming out decades after going, every time we went into space, we saw a UFO. A UFO was following us. A UFO was watching us every single time. All the astronauts are coming out finally after decades later. NASA never said nothing.
That's the stories.
All that time, NASA never said nothing. I don't know why you trust them. The biggest bunch of liars I've ever heard in my life.
That's the stories.
There
was lots of claims made that they picked up ham radio and all that, but there's no actual any other people in the world recorded the same thing. Only this one ham radio guy managed to capture it, right?
That's all it takes is one person to capture the signal.
But I have been over that in the past about the so-called radio signals when they were passing over Earth or whatever it was. Anyway, we're just talking about Ken's stuff.
The radio signals doesn't matter when lots of astronauts are coming out going, every time we went into space, a UFO followed us and they were watching us.
Yeah, but you got the Russian ones, which is really highly suspect, about the 9 angels floating around outside their space station. And they're highly religious people. Total nonsense, though. Just to be, to
what
sell
if the 9
books when they
angels
get
were
back.
just 9 spaceships?
They weren't, though. We went. I think you were around for that one when we went over that information.
I don't know about the 9 angels one. How do you interpret when the astronauts say we saw 9 angels in space? What are you supposed to say?
I think I went over that and pointed out, well, these people didn't see it, so that's highly suspect because they weren't the only Russians aboard. So what's this? On the photos on the left side of the module, clearly bright spots lined up in straight lines, which on closer inspections turned out to be lights and circular structures of unknown origin. Picture will serve as another proof to confirm the numerous theories and assumptions about existence on moon bases. Okay, let's just keep on going. Now this one here is a Photoshop. It's somewhere in Iran. That I remember, was it Tyler that put it up? Said this is a building on the moon. Turns out to be actually a building on planet Earth. So here we go. This is in the Russian paper still. The skeptics strike back. Sounds like Star Wars. Anomalous of Mars, mocking pseudoscience since 2008. Ken Johnston and the truth. So what's this about here? The former Brown and Root employee who worked under contract put out a press release 6 days ago. Okay. The 650 page word text was written not by Johnson himself, but Karen, Ken's editor and co-host. It's pretty clear that KCP is not God's gift in the technical writing profession. We see the 3 book series includes Ken's archives. Okay, so I'm not sure what that's all about. Alleged lunar surface anomalies, dish antennas, well, we debunked that time and time again. Soaring glass structures in the sky. Again, that could be scanning artifacts, but also there could be fine dust that reflects light back, you know, if it's close to the camera especially.
I got pictures of them on the moon with like three like glass-like structures, towers. I've got it a couple times actually. I thought it quite odd.
It's this optical illusion where stuff that's
you wish
actually
it was
a crater,
an optical illusion.
Stuff that is a crater with the right reflection and shadows makes it look the opposite to. It's like the 3D buttons on the Windows, right? I'm not sure if we got them here, but depending on how you put the black and light shadows around the edges of buttons on a computer screen makes it either look like it's pushed in or popped out, right? Alien ruins, statues, walls, alien moon base, and Tiskoski crater. So the wackadoo dish. So secure team again. Blurry version can be compared with newer high quality energy of the crater. The dish identified years ago, and there's the high res one. And you can see there's no satellite dish at all. It's just a sunken in crater with a lot of light material and what looks like some dark rocks on the edge with a pile of rocks in the middle. So if you low res that right down, of course it's going to look like an antenna. You can see here it's got various dark lines going down. And of course that looks like a dome, doesn't it? Overhead high res view, that's the same crater but from above, and it almost looks like a dome, but it's actually, we know from these other images that it's sunken. How can we prove alien dish antenna is a Sada crater? Side by side. You got the white debris here, white debris there. Of course, this is on a wrong angle. It looks like he's tried to rotate it to match it up. I think maybe he did a bad job there. Yeah, see, that's what it should be, but somehow he's rotated it and distorted it. Not sure what he was using back in those days. I could do a better job in 5 minutes, I guess. Okay, these are meant to be the glass domes, all this stuff here.
It's glass towers. Transparent like towers, they reckon.
I always thought it could be moon dust in the air, right?
It looks like a glass-like tower to me.
Yeah, but look how much they amped up the contrast. If they were glass towers and the moons,
if they're transparent, see through it, and they don't want you to see them. Of course, you need to up the contrast so you can see it.
Common sense here. Look how bright the surface is here. If that's that much light bouncing off grey talcum powder dust, then you'd expect a lot of light reflections like a car window to be bouncing off the glass dome. So you can debunk it that way quite easily. But if you got fine dust in the air, it's reflecting some of the light back to the camera.
Wouldn't you need to prove some way that, with angles and the light reflecting and showing how the dust is reflecting the light, which is showing that crystal tower image in the back? Like, just saying that it's possible that the dust is reflecting it is not really proving it.
I think if the sun is lighting up the surface that much, that tower would be really highly visible.
You can't say it's for sure. You can't say it's debunked. So it's a possibility that maybe the light's reflecting.
But look, all the scratches on it,
and reflecting off the dust, and then forming these light images in the back from the dust light reflecting. I don't know. It's weird.
But then China and Russia probes would have filmed it too, right, by now.
They photo scrubbed the photos. China and Russia photo scrub photos too, to make sure they play along with NASA's little game.
Yeah, Johnston's original untouched, possibly image AS10-32, which is searchable online. So what have they done to it? They've zoomed it in, and you can see the background here. You can see the sun's reflecting off that there, so we'd expect to see reflections of glass over this way, right? If there was really a glass tower there, then we'd expect to see it. So he's rotated the image again to try and make it the same view. Is there a way to load up the image? We could just do it online. I think I've looked at that in the past, that one.
I know a lot of people are saying about the glass tower theories. A lot of people have been saying it for decades.
I know they have, but it's all wrong. Yeah, as if you're going to have glass buildings on the moon with meteorite impacts, right? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
if you make the dust
a force field,
if you make the dust from the earth, from the moon, and you make it into concrete with in a sealed vacuum, it actually turns into transparent glass that's stronger than concrete.
Yeah, it's not going to withstand a big meteorite impact, though, is it?
Look, no, you have a force field up. Media protecting force field. Aliens have technology. They're highly advanced species. Of course, they're going to have a force field.
Force fields still sci-fi, isn't it? How would you build a force field? You know, if you
look the aliens are not dumb. They dig tunnels and they dig their base inside in the lunar craters and inside the moon. They're not going to build glass structures on the outside.
Yeah, and that's never a straight answer, isn't it? A Tyler Clockner quote.
I don't know. I don't watch Tyler. I wouldn't know what he talks about.
Yeah, but you're promoting him by saying that. You know?
No, I'm not promoting him. I don't listen to him. I don't know what he talks about. I don't listen, and when you play stuff that I have to force me to listen to, I like switch off and I don't listen to his words because he makes me, when he speaks, he makes me want to vomit. I hate his voice.
Let's see.
He's just a liar.
Let's see if we can find the image. AS, I've already forgotten it. 22 or something.
That Alana Danan that everybody loves. That Elena Danan last week made a video. She said the Galactic Council took her to the moon. She flew over the moon, and she said there's buildings and ancient structures all over the moon that were built before when the moon was towed to the Earth. And then she said they flew down into a crater, and there was a hole in the bottom of the crater, a tunnel, and they flew into that, and there was a spaceport in there with dozens and dozens and dozens of different types of UFOs.
Yeah, I could say I was abducted and taken to an undersea base. And there's a whole city under there, and they live off fish.
If what she said is true, if what she said is true, then NASA has 2,000% been photoshopping out all the buildings on the moon.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying that's the word on the street. That's what she said last week in her video. Like the Galactic Council took me up to the moon last week. We did a flyby, and I saw lots of buildings on the moon.
Oh, garbage. Okay.
She's just given herself the title Earth's emissary to the Galactic Council. You know that? She's Earth's emissary. That's a pretty big title to claim if you've been lying all this time and making imaginary stories up. Because like they're gonna eventually find out that you were never Earth's emissary to begin with if there was never no Galactic Council. Like they're gonna find out eventually when there's no Galactic Council that she's not Earth's emissary, or she was. If there is a Galactic Council, and she was, everyone's gonna be like,
Stories. So why don't you take photographs of all these buildings? You know, it's just bullshit. JPEG image. I don't like JPEGs. But that's what they had back then. They didn't have pings. And technology improves, or compression techniques improve. So let's have a look. I suppose Cambian's doing a show today, is he? Or not? I don't know. I haven't had a chance to look, see what's going on. Where is everybody today? Tired. Rotate. Not that one. Flip. Rotate 90 degrees. There we go. Scale up. What are you scratching on the mic for?
I'm scratching the back of my neck. Oh, it's my jacket. I got a jacket on, and the cord rubs against the zipper, and it goes zzz, zzz.
So we can't see anything on that. So we could try just the standard brightness filters.
Trust me, there's buildings on the moon. I got photographs of them.
So we have to pump it up to so the white's really bad. And
oh my god, look at the city. There's a city of glass-like structures. Oh my god, they got a McDonald's there.
So yeah, I don't think that's the highest quality image because it's all pixelated.
That's what McDonald's looks like on the moon.
But yeah, you'd expect some of the reflection of the sun to bounce off the surface, even though it's not really bright there at the moment. And you would expect some dust in the air, and that looks to me like dust, and it seems to have that sort of shape of that one there. It's just light reflecting off the surface into dust, fine dust. But look how much you have to amp up the brightness to even see it, alright? So yeah, maybe there's a better bigger image of it. Yeah, when I saw JPEG I thought, nah, that can't be the best one. Let's have a look again. Let's go into USA Education. Black and white. Holo 10. Let's see. What else we got? Get archive. What NASA really? NASA. There we go. Photographic index. Let's see where that goes. Ooh. So what are they saying here? This is all the images stitched together, is it? Looks like it, doesn't it? What's going on here? Looks like a map. No. Go down. Which number was it? 4816. Yeah, I took a few pictures. Is it slowly changing as they're going around? Okay, got a lot of pictures. Yeah, there's a lot of pictures. Different
There's
days,
too much grifting going on YouTube. I never want to watch a YouTube video ever again.
Why? What's on at the moment?
Everyone's just grifting this and grifting that. It's terrible.
Okay, there we go. Sinus midi. Alright, is it bigger? Looks bigger. Yeah, let's see what it says as.
What are you doing? We're looking at photoshopped NASA photos of the moon. Yeah, they photoshop all the buildings and all the vehicles and UFOs out of the photographs so we can't see them. Yeah. NASA's very naughty.
It's got
you
a
can't
different...
trust NASA.
No, it looks like it's identical. Same image, so let's see, what's the size on it? Was it not telling us the size? I thought it adds it in the media info. It's come up. It's not many pixels, and it's a lousy image, not a lossless, because it's JPEG. That's pretty bad. So, how come theirs looked better? Yeah, alright, I was meant to look at that one too. See if it's exactly what you're saying. I think it is. It's gone back on the other screen. It's annoying. Oh yeah, it's, what's that say? 450, exactly the same. So, that must be it. Not exactly high res. Yeah. So how did they manage to get the crystal tower to show up better than what we've got here? Let's do a color swap. Can we see the tower? I think there's something there. Very pixelated.
It's Elena Denan with the Galactic Council coming and doing a flyby of the moon.
That looks like a flying saucer now. With that colour swap. Creates artifacts.
Now you got pareidolia. Now I have to say you got pareidolia.
As a flying saucer, ask Tyler. He knows what he's talking about.
No. You got pareidolia. Pareidolia. There's no way you're going to see a flying saucer in NASA photoshopped moon photos because they photoshop out the flying saucers.
Yeah, I don't see how they managed to get that from that picture. Unless they rescanned it in. It's very pixelated. It's no good for doing analysis on. It's garbage.
You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it.
So let's go back and have a look again. Right. So it is kind of blocky there though. We didn't see all that sort of detail though. But they haven't. Well, that's the one we got. We did a Google search and that's the one that come up. But not that frame. This the same freak, Mike Barra. So it's Mike Barra that put up the dish one with using Johnston's images. But yeah, clearly that's not a dish. So is it the same image? I don't know. I don't think it's the same angle.
NASA photoshopped it so you can't see it no more. It's been photoshopped out by NASA.
Yeah. So we got another one here, ruins on the lunar horizon. Sheppard, just about everybody who looks at it says it's just rock. Okay, here we are. They look like rocks. Ruins with pentagon wall. See, these are the low-res images they claim to be buildings, right? That's just garbage. And they've run it through filters, obviously. Look. And they're saying that's a star, but that could easily be dust. Scan images. There's more than one star there, right? If that's the case. But we know there's peaks on the moon with rocks, so subtle coloration added by Sheppard. Yeah, exactly. What's he said here? Apollo 12 painted out horizon. So where's the original image? Original photo with enlarged segment. Oh, there we go. So that's what they're looking at from a bigger image. Looks like we can actually copy the link. Yeah, how's the time going anyway? It's taking a while to go through this. Look how small it is though. Lots of moon buildings. No. Lots of shadows. Can start to see inside the shadows there. So he reckons they took it from over here, which it looks like over here. So we need to head over that way. So further up. Why is it not going up? Go up. Ah, there we go. We've got the same image. And does look like a pile of rocks, doesn't it? And we know they do create these sharp edges because it's basalt. And the shadows, see, it's right on the rim edge of the photograph. But yeah, let's save it on that one. That reminds me of that one that they said was a building, remember? It looked like an H shape that we looked at last time.
It's a space arc. A long space arc, as long as two aircraft carriers buried in the moon dust.
Don't normally do it that way, but anyway. Which one was it? That one? No. Yeah. That one. So it is those rocks we zoomed in on. Well, that's a bigger image there. That's a lot better. But yeah, they're focusing on that part of it. But let's just run it through filters as a whole picture. Can you see any stars? There we go. And we've got something up the corner there, which could be just artifact from the scanning. There's little white specks here and there. They could be stars, because we've upped the contrast so much that even faint stars should be visible. You would think, right? But yeah, don't see any crystal glass domes. I hate black and white photographs. There's not much you can do with them. Actually, just black and white. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything abnormal on that one. Definitely does look like rocks. Come on. What's going on? Where's my CPU? Paste into a new image. Yeah, I'm not seeing any smoking gun. And this wouldn't be one of his saved images, right? Which are clearly online because we can download it. So there we go. I think we can even see the so-called star. Whereabouts was it? There in the middle. Let's see if it shows up. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I had it then. What happened there? Let's try that again. So that looks like a tower. You didn't point that one out. But there are strange patterns happening in the noise of the darkness. Look, all strange patterns everywhere. But that's way overexposed. See, again, this a lot of it's pareidolia, isn't it? Definitely looks like rocks on the edge of craters. What's out there? I think there was a star there, was it? It's a bit hard to know, isn't it? You have to muck around, get it the same as he's got it without generating the other noise. That one down. Right. No. There's nothing strange there. Just isn't. Just rocks. I find moon stuff really boring. Right. So yeah, enough of that. It kind of reminds me of the Changi photograph of the building. And you get closer and closer, and it turns out to be a big boulder. Okay, so moving on. Where's my page gone? It is interesting having a look at moon pictures, but there's so many of them. Oh, on tab. So yeah, that's definitely the photograph, and it definitely looks like rocks. What we got next? Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter overhead of Bench Crater. And is there a rock there or not?
Moon buildings.
Rocks.
He's got a lot of moon building photos, but none of them are very convincing, are they?
You can see it almost looks like that it's like a mound of dirt rather than a crater because of the lighting It's like those 3D buttons, you know, Windows 3D buttons, especially the early Windows. Windows 3D buttons, right? They just simply use shading to make them stand out or look like they're sunken in. I want the grey ones.
You're telling me he's got a page of 50 NASA moon photos and we can't find the moon building?
Well, we can debunk them all.
Well, like his moon photos aren't that good. Nothing even looks like a building.
Let's see, Windows 7 was it? 3D buttons.
I got better moon building photos than what he does.
Remember that?
I should start my own website.
Maybe it's Windows 98. See here, these 3D buttons where they would change the lighting around it would make it look like it's raised or clicked in. Get Windows XP. That's it. XP 3D buttons. Have we got one that's sunken in? No. But likewise, if you take that image and just rotate it, you can make it look like it's a dome or mound or sunken in. Although he's got a label on it. Yeah, where's the thing gone? It took its time. It's running a wee bit slow at the moment for some reason. Yeah, so different weather. Let's see if this works out. Maybe I haven't got a big enough image of it to really get the effect though. Yeah, it's really running slow. Alright, so if you rotate that around or flip it, it looks raised up, doesn't it? But flip horizontal. Now it looks more sunken in there, doesn't it? Let's try rotate. Rotate. There you go. See how it looks almost, it looks like it's sunken in now, not raised. Probably have to compare it. So you could probably flip it back again. And it looks like it's now raised up. Flip it horizontal. Now it looks like it's sunken in. That's because of like the 3D buttons, depending on how you do the light. And it gives you that effect. Just simply by swapping the dark and white bits. See? Looks like it's raised up now. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Let's see, we'll grab that one. Select all, copy. Paste into a new layer. And then we can flip it horizontal. Now it's sunken. And now you can go like this, hopefully. Why is it not clicking? Not sure. Normally you can tick the arrow, but it's not ticking it. What the hell? Are we got a problem, Houston? Yeah. Now it's responding. Now let's just try. Is that working? Maybe the image is really big. It's not working. Thought I could alternate it. How big is it? It's probably huge, is it? 37 inches. Is it? How do we get pixels down there? Yeah, look, it's just going really slow. In fact, has it crashed? Well, you saw what I was doing anyway. I was just going to alternate. Are you there, Gabber? Or have we lost?
Yeah.
Have we lost stream? Because yeah, something weird going on. I think it's too big. It was too big, but it shouldn't be though, because I screen grabbed it. Probably weird stuff happening today. But you can see there, I was flipping it back and forth, just the shadow, and it looks raised or sunken. Let's just keep on going. On that view there, you can see it's definitely sunken.
Shepherd's Run.
The beach crater, bottom view.
Shepherd's Ruin.
Yeah. Yeah. What was he claiming? That they had like a pentagon shape or something. So he's trying to show what angle they're looking from. Not too sure. A stereo pair reveals true relative distances of lumps. Stereo images. So you have to do one for each eye, I guess. Why does that one look more blurry than this one, though? West, right, rest. Alright, say stars. Okay. Well, there's more than that we saw when we run the filter. So, Apollo 15 Evida, courtesy of Dr. Ken Johnston Archive. Alien base. Okay, so has he got the original of that one? Original. Okay. Got a cross here.
There it is there.
Right, this has been mucked around with the colours, obviously. Okay, contrast and
There,
stuff.
all those lights there on the left.
Yeah, but here's the original image. And you can see it's very blurry. So it looks like they may have sharpened it, have they? Created artifacts. There's one bright one there. That's that one there, I think. Yeah.
That looks like it's sharpened. I can see artifacts everywhere there. That one doesn't look like it's sharpened because there's no artifacts in the rest of the photo.
This one here,
that's not full of artifacts.
This one's sharpened and darkened. This is original, looks blurry. You can see here you got no detail here. So you can see that they've mucked around with the light, and here we got detail. This is where it's in focus. That's where it's not in focus.
It's two separate photos. Look at the number.
Yeah, they're the same.
Photos have a number.
They have the same number. Original.
Where? I don't see the number. You got to scroll up to see the number of that photo.
Well, you can see it's the same.
No, there's two different photos.
No, not. One's just been mucked around with, the Ken one. There's the full image. And what's in focus is the capsule or the command, or whatever it is. And that's where the anomaly is meant to be here. So let's see. It's on the edge of the space capsule. Across here, just slightly in the bright area. So that's why it's blurry, because they're actually photographing this.
It's that one there. It's the bottom cross.
Oh, look, all those buildings, look, everywhere, black bits. So what's that, dust? Eh? What's all those black bits on the photo? Motion peel scratches?
Space jellyfish.
But if you mucked around with the colours, those would look like buildings on the moon. So the buildings are meant to be there, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That one there. That one there, isn't it?
I think so.
Because that one's cut off. You don't see the side of the capsule, so it has to be the top one. See the side of the capsule? See where the X is? See where the X is? Use the X,
okay,
use like the X as a marker.
That looks like the booster rocket there.
Forget about the booster rocket. Look where the X is and go horizontally across.
There's the booster thing, the triangle. So it was the top one here.
There.
So this is where the alien bases are meant to be. All those white things. It's not there in the original. So if we grab that and run it through the filters, looks like it might be a scan and artifact then, because it's not there in the original. Oh,
NASA photoshopped it out now. They know Ken exposed them, so they have to Photoshop it out.
Cobblers. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to get here, because that's doing some crazy stuff there. Let's from that one. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's not copied it properly. I think it's what I wanted. Right, we'll have a look. It is the right one. Now let's scale it up. So it should be at the bottom of the cross. And I don't think you're going to have to brighten it and sharpen it and all sorts of crazy stuff. Can we get anything to show up? Should be here.
NASA photoshopped it out.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, look, moon buildings.
That's closer. Is that the same as his? His was in a line or something. Let's have a look. So his forming lines, which we're not seeing on the original. We're seeing these things. They're on the original image, but these ones are not. So I reckon these are like scanner.
What's the link? What's the link to that page? I want to have a look.
It's on Discord if you have a look.
Discord? Where in Discord?
In your group. In your room. So that's got to be scanner artifacts, I reckon. Because we're not seeing it. We're seeing those other white blobs. But not the row. And if it was photoshopped, I think it'd be fairly obvious. There is little black dots there though, going down right to pixel level there. Could it be that it was photoshopped, like his spacesuit? So let's keep on that one. So if you do this now, let's see if we can rig it. It was just out the side here, I think. And then if you just apply the filters on that, you might be able to get the same effect. Let's have a look. There are little black dots there. But they don't seem to line up. No. So, what does James think it is? Let's keep on reading. I'll just minimize that. Alright, so original.
JamesOberg.com. It's not in Discord. There's no JamesOberg.com.
No, under your room. Well,
in my room.
Debate. Yeah, I posted the link in there, and also under vetting.
James Oberg. No, you didn't post it in my room.
Not James Oberg, no.
That's the website.
I post this whole article in your room, which you can just.
I don't see it in vetting either. You're gonna have to post.
The article is called
chat.
James Oberg /thing. Do I have to actually go and show you where it is?
The links
it's in your room. You just have to go to it and scroll up and from the bottom and find it.
Oberg. There's two articles. Oh, there it is. Now I see it. You just post like
so
500 links.
What's Oberg saying? That they're scanning artifacts. What's he say here? Side by side. Yeah, we got the same. Some things seem to have been added. He's saying it's photoshopped. Yeah. But I think it might be that his negatives had a scanning error though. Okay, what have we got here?
What a PDF loaded up.
Added. Section of whole image blown up to show alien moon base site. Wide angle allows location of area on lunar map by latitude longitude to seek other imagery. Okay, so he reckons it's added, but it could be when they scanned in his ones. There was a glitch on the scanner. It might have been some sort of dust on the thing and it got scraped as it was scanning. But then it wouldn't get moved along because it's normally flat on glass, isn't it? How did the old scanners work? They didn't have a thing that slides down over top of it, did it? Without the glass barrier like we have nowadays? I don't know. Does kind of look like it's photoshopped, and Mike Barra was known to do that. And of course, if he's photoshopped his alien suit. So what he's saying here. Possible construction on whistleblower's Apollo image. Could this be the smoking gun? Are we looking at possible constructions on the moon, or are we just looking at some natural formations on the lunar surface? As usual, you decide what you believe. We give you pictures. This is one of many pictures delivered to the public by NASA whistleblower. Don't you wonder why this image don't have a AS number? Probably because it was never intended that the public should see it. So that's what Ken is saying, is it? And yet we can find the AS number here. I'm not sure what he's trying to say exactly. Ground streaks equals aliens. Okay. And online high-res. Well, the streaks are there still. There they are there. Looks like it might be a colour image this time, is it? It has to be sun or yellow. Isn't that just the moon? Some moon craters. Let's have a look. There's all sorts of lines. Big crater here at the bottom. There's all sorts of lines all over the place. It looks like nothing unnatural, does it? What's happening there? Alien moon base. Where? Larger, newer high-res images. Okay. So where's that crater? Gotta be that one there. Crater. So it should be above the crater on the right. So it's got to be this, which is a pile of rocks with shadows. There's the crater. Looks like it's further up too. Yeah, it's multiple craters, look. Elongated ridges. What we got here? Another larger view. Okay, where are we looking at now? But overexposed, that one. Yeah, can't see any buildings. All glass domes.
These photos are pretty shit.
That one was, but the other one was quite good. This one here. So if you low res that down and blur it, it's going to create those lines in the original image here. Look. But obviously it's a different angle too. Anyway, I suppose we've got to keep on going. I'm supposed to get a 3D view of it, probably. You put it over your eyes. So Johnston's best alien moon images, one dish antenna, which has been debunked many times. Soaring alien buildings, smear on the scanner is what Oberg was. So he's saying that that tower is a smear on the camera. I guess ruins on the lunar horizon, piles of rocks. Yeah, I'll agree with that one. Alien base from orbit, splatter on print. Oh, okay. Possible construction equal ground streaks. Splatter on print. Which one was that one? Alien base from orbit. Ah, right. So that's what he's saying now. Those ones with the white dots, he said, was added as splatter on the print. So, what is splatter on film then? So we've got lots to learn about film.
Chemical splatter?
Yeah, has to be. So it wasn't photoshopped, it's just the way the photo was processed that day. What is film splatter? Oh, I typed it in right. Okay, splatter film. Splatter film is a sub of horror movies. No, what is, no. First splatter film. Okay, maybe we gotta try photo splatter. Trust someone to call it a genre for a horror flick. Photo splatter effect. Photoshop. How do you get splatter paint in picture? Use a toothbrush. Dip a toothbrush in some slightly watered down paint. Okay. That's not what we're after though. Well, that's obviously from a toothbrush. Ink splatter image. I suppose we might have to type in photo processing or something. I don't know. You've got to type in the right keywords, haven't you? Image splatter, maybe. There we go. Image processing approach to blood splatter. That sounds like forensics. Yeah, I don't know. Place the image processing splash. No. Remove color noise from 1-bit image. Nope, that's digital processing.
chemical splatter. It's when the chemicals get splattered onto the paper when they're developing it.
Possibly. But yeah, I wanted to know how it's created. But it's getting really hard to find it. So that's what those ones were. Pyro rocks, I agree. Streaks on the ground. I think we're just...
Bruce sees has better moon building photos than this guy. This guy's crap.
It's certainly crap, alright. Hey, what we got coming up?
All his credentials are false. He's just a big liar. He's just trying to grift off people.
Yeah, but when I told you that, you didn't believe me at first, and then I had to go and find this page that backed up the other one. Text of Johnson's defiant response. For all my followers. So this is what happens when you get outed, right? Third phase of the saying, GUFON. I, myself, and I, and lots of others have addressed the ridiculous comments made about me and my accomplishments back at NASA from 1966. Comments, records, and personal proof have been posted several times that have made the debunkers look stupid. Okay, so therefore we'll no longer play games with them. The truth is out there and it's been posted. My friends, feel free to tell them to go pound sand in a rat hole, not a rabbit hole. Cheers from his followers. David Young, thank you, Ken. Kimberly, these sound like secure team fans. There will always be liars and haters. Yeah, that's definitely. Soon someone tries to tell the truth, you're a hater. Yeah, and jealous, yes, just jealous or anger, jealous of grifting. It's all the same old comments you get.
Did we get daylight saving? Our clocks got to go back 1 hour, didn't they?
I don't know about Australia, but we had to change all our clocks this morning, apart from the internet.
We're next door to you. You change your clocks, we change our clocks. We're next door, we're neighbours.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I've got to Google this now. Daylight saving.
Well, you just have a look at your normal clock that's not connected to the internet. If it's an hour difference to what
2 a.m. on the first Sunday in October, and on the first Sunday in April. Yeah, so that was
so exactly the same then. So you changed as well.
Exactly the same. We were next door. We're like an hour, 2 hours difference. Of course, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, just copying New Zealanders.
Clocks will be backwards 1 hour. And
one special cheerleader, Donna Hare. Don't address the false comments. Well, apparently, I think she saw airbrushing happening, but I think she was pranked when the guy said to her, "Oh, we're airbrushing out UFOs,"
oh my
and
God,
she
my
believed
clock is 30 seconds ahead.
Real questions, yes, but just give the facts, and if people want to believe the truth, they will. But they haven't really proven it, because they're really old, crappy images, and I'm pretty sure if China outed a rock on the moon being a building until they got close to it and said, nah, yeah, it's just a rock, then I'm pretty sure they'd be exposing all the other so-called moon bases. That's probably why they sent up a rover in the first place, just to see whether the conspiracies were true or not. Hey, note Donna TOTC here worked in the NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston as a photo technician in the 1970s. And has told many dubious UFO stories with Dr. Greer, of course, e.g. aliens attacked Apollo 13 based on her time there. Well, if aliens are super beings, if they attacked the rocket, surely they'd make sure that it would explode or something. Doesn't make any sense, that story. My explanation of the fact-checking reasons I found her stories unworthy of belief. So that's another person to look at, Donna Hare, that you always hear on these UFO sites, grifter sites. So he's got another link to break her down. 4 pages, so that's alright. Now, why would I be unwilling to believe the stories that Dr. Greer has presented from one of his star witnesses, Donna Hare? Well, just the name Dr. Greer should be good enough not to believe anything. Mr. Balloon and Flag Dude. Again, without any reason to impugn her intelligence, sincerity, or integrity, let me explain. Yeah, I think she was just told lies that she believed in, you know, a green hall in the lab, just make a joke about airbrushing out buildings.
She saw a space photograph with the UFO on it, and a technician was airbrushing it out prior to public release. Why would you lie about something like that?
Well, that UFO could be just splatter, right?
Here we go with pure splatter speculation now.
We know some of them did have on the images leaky processing of the film, because they tried to process. She said
she saw a UFO.
Yeah, well, it will look like a UFO, a bright blob on the images, photos. Miss Hare worked at NASA Center. She saw a space photograph of a UFO on it, and the technician was airbrushing it out prior to public release. She was told and clearly believed that all space flights were followed by UFOs. Sounds like a gabberoo, but astronauts were sworn to secrecy. She was told and clearly believed that there were space photos showing cattle mutilation in progress. Space? How'd you get cattle in space? Were cattle in the field standing with their tails straight up?
It's not in space. It says the cattle's in the field standing up. It's in a field.
Well, it does say space photos showing a cattle mutilation in progress. So I don't know. I don't know about that one. She was told and clearly believed that UFOs had been responsible for crippling the Apollo 13 spacecraft.
There we have it. First-hand evidence. She worked at NASA. NASA photoshopped UFOs out of the pictures. We got the proof now. Ring up Dr. Sala. We got proof. Ring up Dr. Sala. We're gonna go live. We're gonna go worldwide with this information. Dr. Sala's. We're gonna expose it all.
So what's he saying here? I cannot believe the first item, the only one of the 4 to which she was a direct witness, because she described the photograph as showing trees and their shadows, which allowed her to determine that low altitude of the white circle she saw, and which she described as metallic disc from its shadow on the ground. That sounds like some of that stuff we're seeing on Google Earth that ends up being water towers and stuff. So she didn't see it on the moon then. Is that what it's saying? Saw a space photograph of a UFO on it. But there's no mention of trees there. First item, the only one of the 4 to which she was a direct witness. So she's only seen one directly. The other ones were told to her, because she described the photograph as showing trees and their shadows. Well, there's no trees on the moon, which allowed her to determine the low altitude of the white circle. So there's the white blob. From what I know of NASA space photography, I believe it was impossible then or now for NASA to produce Earth surface images with significant detail to show a tree and its shadows. A rigorous search by several UFO buffs recently for such pictures in NASA's archive. The photo was described as being prepared for public sale, failed to locate any. So there should be, like, if it's for public, what they're saying, if it was on a poster, you should be able to have space image of looking down on Earth where you can see the trees, right? And there's none around, none available. That challenge has remained open for many years. That commercially released NASA photographs in that time period were clear enough to show trees and their shadows. Find one. Find any example in books, magazines. I haven't seen any. All I've seen is clouds and blue, but not down to that level. Maybe you can do that with spy satellites now. And Chinese balloons. Vet NASA Earth photography specialist Paul Lohman confirmed this for me. Your team Preposterous is right on. Preposterous. How do you say that word? Preposition? Is it? No. The original Landsats had a ground resolution of 97 meters. Landsats 4 and 5 did better than that, around 30 meters or so. The Skylab S190B camera, 18-inch focal length, could resolve small boats in Marines in Chicago lakefront, and I think a 10-meter resolution would account for that. But no NASA satellite of that era. So we're talking about when they did this write-up, that we had better technology to do it. Or for that matter, any area up to now could resolve pine trees. So they're saying even back then, they couldn't see pine trees in shadows from space. They probably can now though. Miss Hare then retorted that of course NASA had such pictures. We not only had a technology to see a number of on a golf ball, but then we used it in the Bay of Pigs, remember, to see the Cuban Russian missiles aimed at our country. Email March 25th, 1999. So that, when he was comparing the satellites, must be back then 20 years ago. Aside from the confusion of the Bay of Pigs with Cuban Missile Crisis and the use at that time of U-2 spy planes, not satellites, the additional confusion of what super secret military spy satellites could see. So yeah, the Cuban one was done by planes and cameras, not satellites. Gives me additional confidence that my disbelief in the story is logical. So yeah, this is something that we've never heard about, this so-called airbrushing witness before, isn't it? It's just, well, I opened it up because I didn't know about her story. Or I remember the story being repeated that she saw a UFO being airbrushed out, and it turns out it's a load of porkers. It wasn't on the moon. It was actually meant to be on the ground on Earth, which the technology wasn't there back then. I worked in the NASA photo lab. I saw a satellite picture of the Earth, and flying over the top of a tree-covered field was a round metal disc. Sounds far-fetched, doesn't it? We don't even get that now. Both the trees and the UFO cast shadows in the same directions, giving me understanding of the shape and size of the object. So could that have been a U2 picture that she saw, not a NASA space image? I was told by the photo lab technician the UFO would be airbrushed out before public would see those pictures. I will swear to this in any court of law. Sounds like she got confused to me. I don't think she's lying. I think she saw something, but what was it? And maybe it's a bit like that Corbell image of that orb UFO that they caught from a spy plane. Sounds a wee bit like that, and which is a water droplet, and it's got the shadow going in the same direction, of course. But back then they probably had the same problem with domes where they get water on it. I have absolutely no reason to lie or deceive anyone. So I don't think she was telling a lie. I think she did see something, but I think either it was a prank or not a NASA photograph. But why would NASA be looking at U2 photographs in that case? Sounds like a prank to me. Like this technician brought up a picture from plane and pretended to be airbrushing it out. Greenhall coming in. This pranker sees.
I swore about my experience at NASA before Congress.
Yeah, that was the Dr. Greer thing, wasn't it? The make-believe Congress, wasn't it? Weren't they ex-Congress people? Weren't they ex-Congress? They weren't really Congress, but they used to be. Anyway.
I don't know. Who knows what Dr. Greer does?
Let's see. Was it 1999? When was the disclosure? Greer
99.
Disclosure. Yeah, it must have been 99 because that's the year that she was disclosure. When did it? What year? No, not 2020. What year was the disclosure project, isn't it? Oh, disclosure project. I think that's what it was called. Yeah. Is it not 1999? Is it going to tell us? Not seeing it. Disclosure.
I bet you I can find it by looking at Dr. Sala. Dr. Sala.
Disclosure
Sala.
project.
Gladstone, 22 years.
That's
22 years in
1999.
UFO crash retrieval.
Maybe I have to put UFO in. Okay, that makes sense. We should be able to find it straight away, shouldn't we? We get 22 coming up.
No one really.
Why can't we find the information? Maybe it'd be under his wiki page. I can't believe he's on wiki though. Early life, UFO career, documentaries, and what's of those? Is that all we got on him? When was the disclosure project? Here we go. 1993. Greer founded the Disclosure Project. The goal was... So that was 6 years before.
That was the thing that that Clifford Stone, he talked at Dr. Greer's Disclosure Project in front of the Congress. Yeah. He was like
I don't think
UFO
they were a real
UFO
Congress.
Crash.
I think they were retired or something. Congress members. Just...
That Clifford Stone, his story is actually pretty interesting.
All stories are interesting, whether they're correct is another thing. Truth is out there.
He swears he saw aliens at crash retrievals, dead aliens, alive aliens, aliens on military bases.
So I thought this one in 22 was the first real Congress one. The other one was make-believe, I think, wasn't it? Citizen hearing, they called it, wasn't it? It's not a real congressional hearing. Here you go. 2013. The first 3 days of UFO hearings happened in 2013.
There must have been another one he done.
No, he started the project in 1993, but it took 10 years for them to do the Congress hearing thing.
The Congress hearing thing.
Yeah. Alright, opening a conversation starters go. This is citizen hearing on disclosure.
Yeah, but the video of Clifford Stone at the Greer conference looks like it's from 1993.
Well, this was put together with Stephen Bassett. Right?
No, actually, no.
Here you go.
Disclosure Project, National Press Club, Washington, 2001. It was 2001.
Was it, say, 2013 here then?
Maybe he did a second one. The first one was 2001 at the National Press Club in Washington.
Okay. But there was no Congress there on that one. That was just the press. Oh, right. So the first one, when they did the press hearing. And then the second one was where they had, here it says,
Congress.
6 former members of the Congress are sitting in at the National Press Club. It sounds like the same one. And listening to 30 hours. You need like a timeline. I'm just getting a bit confused about it all now. So much garbage.
No one puts dates and times.
No. We want a timeline of it all, really. So, Disclosure Project. Timeline. That's really what we want, a breakdown. There we go. No. That was too good to be true. So what have I done? I forgot UFO again. It's talking about modern stuff again. 2007 there. Anyway, we found out what we wanted, that it's only 6 former Congress people, okay. Timelines. There might be some people in the side chat that might know. Just say on that article, so it would help here if he put the times in as well. All these are non-factional elaborations of her original story. Okay, did we miss out something? On March 1999, was that when so it's saying there, I swore about my experience at the NASA before Congress. Sounds like it's a different thing. I don't know. I know she did go to the Greer thing. No way to tell if the white dot was metal. Also, there's no law that would put her in jail for lying about it. And she did not swear about her experience before Congress. All of those are non-factional elaborations of the original story. I think she's talking about the 6 former Congress members here. So this is where it's all getting confusing. So they're all friggin' bloody liars. Anything that's connected to Dr. Greer, right? Nor can I believe the claim about all astronauts seeing UFOs and being ordered to cover it up. Aside from my personal research into these bogus and confused stories, there is testimony of Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell, a former supporter of Dr. Greer's efforts to dig into the mystery. So in the early days, Dr. Greer had some credibility by the sounds of it then, until they realised he's a crackpot. Mitchell has said that these astronauts' UFO stories are fiction and untrue. Dr. Greer cannot expect us to believe both Ms. Hare's claims and Dr. Mitchell's utterly contradictory assurances simultaneously. And by the way, Apollo 13 wasn't headed for the backside of the moon after all. Somebody with a good grounding in the reality of spaceflight would have known that and might have been embarrassed to repeat it. Other claims from Miss Hare involve cover-up activities such as threats to astronauts who have seen UFOs and the total disappearance of one man who had disclosed space UFO material to her. Unfortunately, Miss Hare has not identified that disappeared man, so the researchers can verify he has really vanished or ever even existed. So why didn't she tell the name? If he's disappeared, it's not going to hurt, is it? Sounds like she's telling fibs, doesn't it? If this is true. Assuming Miss Hare's description of the comments to her are accurate, is there any possible prosaic explanation why men should tell her UFO stories? One fact found via the internet search engines, which may help in formulating the hypothesis, is that she, under the name of Donna Hare, was on public record as a UFO contactee, counselor, during the same period. She was allegedly, my eyes are just getting really blurry at the moment, probably because I haven't eaten. Sugar levels probably dropping. Allegedly being told these stories. She was a Texas associate director of the UFO Contact Center International, a group that described itself in 1981 as a non-profit organization. Sounds a wee bit like early. That's not very good. USB disconnect sound, is it? Oh no, probably email. Each year over the Labor Weekend, blah blah blah. Further, according to the published report of the Star Knowledge Conference in Sedona, red flag. In 1999, Donna Hare spoke about having an extraterrestrial encounter at age 25. Oh no, she's a contactee, which altered her consciousness about the... So she's just another shill then, telling stories. Perhaps as a consequence of that encounter, she then worked at Johnson Space Center for NASA. One might hypothesize that her views, which she had no reason to hide while working at NASA, would be well known, and that people around here would realize she enjoyed UFO stories of any kind. Their motives could have been kindness or teasing or desire to congratulate themselves for personal reasons or make alternate possibilities. The need for such stories to be true was very low. So again, it still boils down to that they might have known she was a big believer of UFOs and stuff and pranked her. So yeah, she might not be making it up. You know, she just got pranked. Anyway, always got to take the middle ground, right? But yeah, it does sound highly suspect, doesn't it? All that, if that's true. And we never heard that before. So that's all new stuff. I've never heard that before. Okay, so I think we've probably read enough of this already. We've gone through most of the document. Fact checking. This sounds like a summary here. There's no reason to employ anyone's intentional deception or deliberate dishonesty to what could easily be cases of enthusiastic memory drift. Authentic, is it? Enthusiastic memory drift. That's what I said. It could be false memories, couldn't it? Because he was a war vet, right? And they do have flashbacks and memory issues, some of them. Johnston served honorably in the US Marines. Yeah, we know all that. He did good work inspiring young people, Boy Scouts, yep. But a respect for history and for the memories of other honest men who likewise served honorably requires that Johnston's strange allegations of scientific fraud and public deception from the Apollo astronaut scientists, workers and managers be fully investigated to determine believability. Yeah, so one person against thousands of people that work for NASA haven't come forward. Not like the Navy pilots. You get one that come out and then all the others seem to join the bandwagon, right? They all come out and backing up the story eventually. But now most of them are running their own podcasts and making money. So that then casts a lot of doubt about some of these people that come forward. His insistence that the full truth behind these stories be found. Fact check. Did NASA fire Johnston? Press release issued. So apparently the firing was direct reprisal for Johnston's published account in New York Times bestseller Dark Mission, The Dark History of NASA. The book was written by Richard Hoagland and Mike Barra, who also have been caught out. Widely quoted Johnston, whom they identified as a former Marine jet pilot. Everything Hoagland claimed, including the date, is non-factual. Johnston chose to resign when challenged to authenticate dubious academic credentials on NASA's SSA homepage. He later emailed to revoke his resignation, but NASA had deleted the file. So he sent in the thing to resign, and then he changed his mind. So that proves that he must have sent in the letter to undo it, right? and it wasn't a firing. Johnston submitted aerospace ambassador, and they're pointing out here, never finished pilot training, never a test pilot, never a trainer, never flew the lunar module, did work on lunar module configuration testing, laid off before Apollo 11, never controlled photos, never had never had physics PhD. And there we got the other shills, coast to coast AM. Johnston now claims he was fired from NASA, but the other witness and his own original story agreed he voluntarily resigned. Conclusion. You have to read quite a lot to break this down. During October 2007 telephone conversation with SS Director, he was not fired to punish him. Two different but equally different issues could legitimately either have been fatal to his continued association. His personal public statements that NASA had been and still was committing scientific fraud over greatest discovery in human history. He should have been fired for either reason. He quit first. He emailed attempt to reverse resignation as acknowledgement that he knew the original termination had been his. That's what I said too. And we got further links. Okay. Alright, here's the spacesuit one. Finally got to it. There's the original and there's the fake. But you can see that by the colour difference. There you go. So it's a signed photograph that he modified. Yeah, he touched up. He got rid of the signature on it. Who would do stuff like that though? Attention seekers. Tyler Klotner would do that. Where's 18 Wells gone? Is he buggered off? I mean, not 18 Wells, I mean Gabber, where you gone? You're playing games again, aren't you? Fact check. So I think he's really and truly debunked this guy. Dr. Ken Johnston got the title by buying a mail order Doctor of Philosophy. Oh, it's not even a science one. A Doctor of Philosophy. So this is what people get. Don't check up. They think a PhD. Oh, he's got a PhD in science. That's why he worked for NASA. From a PO Box diploma mill in Denver. Was a Marine pilot in the USMC. In 1965, he was sent to US Navy flight school, but dropped out without earning his wings. Why did he drop out? Got too hard? Was one of 4 civilian astronaut consultant pilots for NASA. This title only appears on what looks like a stick-on label on a duty log. He never piloted anything, even ground simulators at NASA. A primary trainer of astronauts to learn the systems of a lunar module. As a junior avionics tech, age 25, he reportedly was a switch monkey, verifying wire, never had any training duties. Okay, unattended, Johnston was laid off and left Houston prior to Apollo 11. Was fired for revealing moon alien secrets. Resigned from voluntary public outreach position over request of proof of dubious bio info. Oh, there you go, guys. Like I said, it's on Discord, the actual link, but you can read more of it if you want to. Ken busted. How embarrassing to be saying all that stuff, and is that the right one? Yep. And getting called out on it. As though you think that you're not going to be investigated. Anyway, I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute and we'll carry on with the other stuff. To adjust that. So it's not right here. Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm not feeling 100%, guys. Jim's book, what's that? Mars One Conference. Went into Gabber. Gabber, where you gone? Yeah, it's in Red Site Reviews. First positive review. Well, seeing the truth, and you can too. Frank. Buy the movie For All Mankind, which was put on the 20th anniversary of the Apollo 11 landing. So we've been through all the NASA photos before. A lot of them are artifacts, camera glitches, like ink. The orbiter processed the film in space, and that caused all sorts of problems. Wasn't one of them leaky chemicals created the what is it called, the Aspira Castle is one of them. Can't miss it, undeniable, it's fussy, it's not tiny, it's large, it's sitting right there in NASA video. Okay, so we're talking about this image here. You can see how blurry it is. Early television, right? But yeah, debunking of tower claim, and that's so what it is a solar wind collector. It's for charging equipment, I guess. They got a close-up picture of it here somewhere. There it is there. How's that work? I don't know. Because it was deployed to face the sun, which is off to the left in the video. Solar wind collector. What does it do though? Talking about all the locations of things placed around. Camera. So there you go, guys. Look, looks like people know what they're talking about here. No tower, white tower. That's the end of it. Solar wind collector. How does that work? Is it just to analyze radiation or something? Let's find out. There's always lots of stuff that we need to learn and remember, I guess. Memories get confused as time ages on. The aim was to measure and sample the solar wind outside the Earth's magnetosphere. Okay, let's just go. Yeah. Is that the thing? Oh yeah, there it is there. Experiment. But how does it work? They just put a camera on it and see if it moves, I guess. How did it work? Go to sleep. Swiss team headed by blah blah blah, Switzerland. So what's it say here? Solar wind collector experiment consisted of 4.6 foot sheet of ultra pure aluminium foil, also with platinum metal segments on the last Apollo 16 experiment, erected on the moon's surface with telescopic pole. The sheet was to be exposed to the sun as to measure the ion types and energies of the solar wind on a lunar surface. The time exposure was 77 minutes on Apollo 11, 21 hours Apollo 12, and so on. At the end of the exposure of the foil was detached from the telescope pole placed in Teflon bag and brought back to Earth for analysis. Oh, well, there you go. The experiment was successful and provided accurate He, Ne, and argon isotope compositions of the solar wind. Oh, there we go. I must have put it under... Oh, I thought I saw another picture there. No, I don't see it. Oh, right, it was a hover thing, was it? Oh, right, there we go. They must have put it under, what do you call it, spectro analysis and all that sort of stuff. It's probably not the right word, but anyway. It says we got no picture of Gabber. We're not sure if he's in the chair or talking to other people. Ah, okay, that one's done. Took a long time. I knew it would. Let's break it down to something. Yeah. Well, if I disappear, you know what's happened to me, yes. Hey, the thing's not popping up now. Oh, yes it is. I wonder what's happened there. Anyway. Yeah, health should be number one, but I get lots of blood samples and stuff doing and nothing shows up. But it took them 15 years or 16 years to find I had a rotten gallbladder when I had it, and that made my life misery for 16 years. Where I actually gave up my job at the university because I was so sick. You know, I lost probably half my body weight in 3 months back then, and I was a big guy. And I liked my pies, but back then I couldn't eat. I was really sick. And that's how I feel now. I feel like I've got a liver enzyme problem happening again. But it could be related to these immune pills I take. Because every time I come back off them, I start to get better and better again. Yeah, let's just go over UFO interest. Okay, what have we got here? Probably be, he puts up a lot of what do you call it? TikTok fakes, CGI and all that. Many questions about this video. What's the light from the sky? An alien portal. In 2021, I experienced a similar effect. Okay, let's have a look. Is it CGI? Looks like it might be natural. We've got lens flare. Is it some big light from below? It's a bit hard to tell if it's faked or not. So we'll see what Scott had to say about it. So there. I don't remember it, but I probably did cover it. Maybe I didn't cover that one. Fact check. Mystery light pillar. Ah, light pillar. There, it was coming from the ground. Over China. This is one for Gabber. So let's just play a clip of it and let's have a quick look. See if it jogs any memories. So it's ice crystals and a light from the ground going upwards. And that one just shows it. Must be some sort of spotlights on the ground or on top of that. Looks like a sporting venue there, is it? Oh, I can't remember this one now. I remember this one, but not the other image. Some sort of just the way they're all behaving. It's very strange, isn't it? Isn't that a tall building behind though? A light pillar. Looks like it's reflecting off windows. That one. Google Map, I found this interesting image. There you go, there's a building. Oh, I remember this one. It's just that there was foggy or something and it was hiding the building and the light was reflecting the sun. Did he overlay it? Probably not. I like to overlay things. Yeah, look, it's got the shape of the building. Top bits. The black bit running down the middle. So it's not actually a light pillow, it's a light reflection. And foggy clouds hiding the rest of the building. And just the right amount of light, I guess. I don't think it's photoshopped. What's he reckon? Oh, he's got some damn music. Let's get rid of that. Was there some manipulation? Did they edit it? It kind of looks like it's real low fog there though. Spinning it around. Look, you can see the low fog. Send me this picture. I think there's no doubt about it what actually caused the light pillar. Now you can see the rest of the building behind now. Just change the contrasts, filters. There you go, guys. That's a good recap one. I remember that one now. We're not paying to keep our blue check mark. $7 US a month. I wonder if I'll get more Twitter followers if I had a check mark though. Anyone that's got a check mark ignores you if you don't have a check mark. I've found there's a lot of arrogance with the check mark, which is a damn shame. So yeah, next one. The Uri Geller shared another hoax as already exposed 2 days ago in my short thread. Have we seen it before? Probably. Here's an amazing film being analyzed and deciphered for authenticity. Alien content in ancient Mexico. Let's have a look. Hoax clip from Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, so where's the original? Does it play? No, doesn't play. That's a bit of a shame. I'd like to see the original. Maybe it's just a standalone image, was it?
Let's party.
Ooh, the laptop's fully charged. Yeah, it could be just a still, couldn't it? From Flight Simulator. It's amazing what people put up as correct, as original. Oh, right, here's another thread. Let's have a look. Show this thread. Alright, might be YouTube on it. How do we play it? Flight Simulator. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks so fake, doesn't it? So, I'm not sure what he's trying to prove there. Was there 2 things put up? Oh, here we go. It is a video. Oh, a terrible sound. Flight Simulator, huh? Certainly getting better since I last played with it. 20 odd years ago. Oh yeah, it looks like a flying saucer. There you go. So maybe the other one has the flying saucer on it too. Whereabouts was it? There. Must be, I suppose. We need to probably open it up so we can see it better. And we'll just skim it. Is there a flying saucer in it? Oh, right, the same view. Here we go. Debunked. What we got here? So that's where they took it from, right? They took it from this guy's video, cropped it. Microsoft Flight Sim, at least he was honest. He only got like 14. The other one probably got 100,000 views. Oh, there you go. Okay, it makes sense now. Keep on going, is it? What else he got? Ufology is trash, isn't it? Really trash can stuff. It's never ever going to get any better. Not even with me exposing it. Or Scott Brando. The solar tube balloon. Okay, what we got here? On the left, the latest UFO nonsense shared by Uri Geller. There we go. Is that a third phase one? Yeah, solar tube balloon for sure. So that just proves that guy was a shill, and how put off is possibly part of that same group. Well, they're all bloody frauds, a whole shebang of them. Yuri claims aliens are looking over us. All debunked. Daily Mail. Yuri Geller again. We just watched that one. Just a video about similar solar balloons. Let's have a quick look. Oh, copyright music that. Yep, just take an old trash bag. Oh no, that's the one you can buy. It's already pre-glued together from AliExpress. Yeah, I've seen that before. Okay, he's got damn copyright music on it. Here's another airliner mistaken for a Tic Tac. 6 months ago, YouTuber and CGI VFX artist Billy FX chase a UFO chase. Was that on third phase? Seems to ring a bell. Won't be surprised if it's on third phase. Yeah, that was so real, man. Amazing what people believe. Smoke ring, we've seen that before. That one again. That one again. He repeats himself a bit. What's this one? Right. Well, the whole truth of what really happened to MH370 is still shrouded in mystery. These two video explanations of the plane's disappearance are category false. So this one here, where it looks like a plane's crashed into the jungle, is actually a plane that's flying probably below him, is it? It just happens to be there when they take a picture. or the CGI. Why these two videos don't show what happened? Suppose we have to open up the page. Let me see. How are we going for time? Oh, time's running out, guys. I might have to leave some for the next show. So what have we got here? Netflix. What's that about Netflix? Documentary. Delving into disappearance. Okay. A Malaysian Airlines flight was found on Google Earth. One video has been viewed over 5 million times on TikTok. I'm doing it wrong, obviously. Can't tell the truth. Can you please help us find? So this will be on satellite view, and that would be a plane that was flying probably at 10,000 feet probably, or whatever, when the satellite took its ground photograph. That's what all that is. Is that what they're saying here though? In the video we see a zoomed in location on Google Earth. However, the zoom doesn't show the Daegu base, but rather the southwest of Thailand. Talking about that one there, I guess. Image shown in the video by zooming into the same location. There is indeed a plane pictured there, but there's an important detail the satellite image is taken. Yeah, they don't show you the altitude. At that location are date in images taken before and after date. The plane is not visible. That means it was just passing in the air, wasn't it? Hey. Plus there's no reports of plane crash in that part of Thailand. A ghost image taken by satellite. So why is there a plane in the middle of a forest? The answer is simple. It was flying over Thailand, and the satellite took the image. Even I got that one right. So what's the other one? The rainbow halo visible around the plane is indeed typical of what satellite images specialists call a ghost. Okay, they're talking about that as a ghost image. Well, it's moving, so it's going to be blurry. Can't really see a ghost image myself. What else we got? Well, I don't see the rainbow colours, do you? I don't see the rainbow colours. So I don't know. Doesn't look like rainbow colours to me. But anyway, just keep on going. Had to be sure there's no plane there. Flight radar, of course. But it probably doesn't go back that far. Yeah, Google Earth, you can do history of photos of the same location. That's the only way. What else we got? Another picture of a different plane. Right, they found the same image someone put up in 2014. That someone filmed, and they lumped it together on TikTok being MH370, which it's not. Okay, so both are debunked. Good stuff. Alright, going down the list. Anything else? Section 51, is it? With the logo cropped off, I think. It's been cropped. Right, UFOs above the pyramids. Even the pyramids don't look right. too steep. Too steep. Old fake video, CGI artist, YouTuber section 51. Yeah. They look too steep to me. It must have been cropped and aspect changed probably. But anyway, just keep on going. Anything else? I think we looked at this one before. Here's a video shared by Jaime M on Twitter and recorded on March 13th in Tucson, Arizona. Absolutely wrong. This is an old fake video created in 2012 by Known Grifters Third Phase of the Moon, as already exposed in YouTube channel a while ago. Is that the one that was in Australia with the plane?
Continúa la gran actividad de fenómenos aéreos anómalos.
Wasn't it that strange shaped UFO plane that flies around in air shows?
En diversas zonas del planeta. 13 de marzo del 2023.
Mind you, it's moving like a balloon, so I'm not sure. Okay, let's see, have a look at the original. It's been relabeled. Hey, yes. Well, I'm glad you put your channel up. I can't sit at my computer for 2/3 hours. Yeah. It's a bit tricky for me, but you can see that I have an over bed desk and I have a lot of cushions around me and stuff. And, what do you call it? Memory foam and stuff. But even I'm sore, you know. Okay, so what is it we've got here? Very blurry. Right. That was taken from section 51 as well, right? So it's a fake, CGI. And third phase, cropped it. So they did another one. Remember they did that one with the helicopter circling the UFO. That's another one they cropped out the logo. Remember, and they did it like 6 months ago. And GUFON's saying they've never hoaxed anything. In 5 or 6 years, he keeps on repeating the same nonsense. Yeah, so it probably says down here, I should have kept on reading. YouTube channel and hoax promoter section 51 love to recycle old fake videos stolen from channels already busted and debunked. Yep, they do like to recycle. So don't be fooled, that's just an old fake video. Yep, CGI. And we got that one last time. What was that one? Old fake shared tons of times. Details exposed in the thread. Was that the playground one or? No, that's not the playground one. Okay, let's just open that up. Just refresh my memory again. God, man, we've done so much in 8 years. Let's see. Funny emanations. Alien Unleashed. Make funny emanations. Oh, well, there you go. CGI. 8 million views. We're in the wrong business of truth, guys. So that one's CGI. Let's just play it. Let's have a look. Alright. That's some strange noise added to it. Oh, right. There's an alien heading towards it. Yeah, I remember this one. 2018. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Goes up the little steps. CGI. Emanation. That gives it away. Boom. Wouldn't want to get your leg caught in that and by mistake. Normally they would go slowly upwards, wouldn't it? Yeah, right. We caught up with UFO interest stuff. UCR. Lou put this one out. Again, it's going back to stuff we didn't finish off last week. We might play it this week.
Warning.
We only got...
If you're a UFO believer stuck in a rabbit hole of information and refuse to accept new facts when they present themselves, you're probably not going to like this video.
I'm not sure where Gabber's going. We'll just close it down there.
Stay tuned. Who knows? You might learn a thing or two. All's to say is that you've been warned. Has ChatGPT 4.0 figured out all of the gears in the Lou Elizondo disclosure car? Stay tuned to the end of this video to find out for yourself. But before we go any further, we have to pay some bills. If you like what you're watching and you haven't already, please like, share, subscribe, and donate to the Chicken Car.
I gotta get on Lou.
I think it was a couple of years back when he talked about disclosure coming. Play the clip. It's its newest version here. And it can answer anything from how to bake an apple pie to how to run a PSYOP. The person who proposed this question and sent this to me also wanted to pass along the message of this. I've been using ChatGPT version 4.0. I wrote the following prompt on a new chat with zero other information or topics associated with it. The output the system came up with chose UFOs by itself. Drones, foreign enemies, cartels, anything. It chose UFO and it wrote a playbook that is nearly perfectly matched to what is happening today. Let's check it out. Here's the question proposed to ChatGPT 4.0. Pretend you are a DIA counterintelligence officer working for the United States government. You have the task of causing a topic to be discussed in popular culture, which will eventually become the catalyst for increased government oversight of airspace control and increased spending. What is the topic, and how would you release the information to the public? Please write...
so this relates to all those Navy leaks and Lou Elizondo, because this makes him look more like a disinformation agent. And someone's asking the question here, what would you do to the AI mind? And we'll see. It doesn't even mention UFOs, right? So let's just keep on going.
Language. So the first thing ChatGPT does is spit out a topic. What is that topic? MUAP. Mysterious, unidentified aerial phenomena. Basically UAP with just an M. Pretty wild considering that there was no information or input asked of ChatGPT to come back with mysterious, unidentified aerial phenomena. So here's the objective.
That's the first time I've heard that one too. Maybe Black Vault John should actually put in UAP for FOIA requests to see if anything comes back, because maybe the computer knows something that we don't. Maybe that's the name they call them. They don't call it UAP, they call them MUAP. Eh?
T proposes. Create a sense of urgency and public demand for increased government oversight of airspace control and increased spending. Hello? Now it lays out a 7-step strategy. The next 7 steps are going to sound insanely and eerily familiar. Step number 1. Collaboration with media and entertainment. Collaborate with major media outlets, television networks, and film production companies to create documentaries, news reports, and fictional movies and TV series
Lou
that
Elizondo.
focus on the mystery and unidentified aerial phenomena, MUAP. This will spark curiosity and generate conversations about these phenomena and potential risks they pose. We've seen the documentaries, we've seen the news reports, we've seen the fictional movies and TV series that focus on this topic. They are rampant throughout this community.
Cool, Bill.
Step number 2, social media campaign. Develop a comprehensive social media campaign using platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Sharing intriguing images, videos, and articles about MUAP sightings.
And going on any podcast.
Discussions with experts and
Lou went on all the fraud podcasts out there and wouldn't come on mine. That tells you a lot. You knew I was going to suss him out before everybody else did.
This will encourage people to share their own experiences, further amplifying the topic's availability. I mean, this is definitely me if it wasn't for the credibility that the pilots and Lou Elizondo and these videos added to this discussion, a person like me doesn't come out and start doing a show. And I think we've seen this all, especially on UFO Twitter, how many people were new to this discussion that came in because of the 2017 New York Times article.
Yep.
I mean, it's quite a bit. Step number 3, or should I say gear 3, engage influencers and thought leaders. And
I've seen that.
This is a big one. Reach out to prominent individuals with large social media followings, such as celebrities, politicians, and scientists, and encourage them to discuss MUAP and the need for...
Well, Lou, give him credit, didn't go on third phase of the moon. Well, both Lou's, this Lou and the other Lou. And they haven't been, as far as I know, they haven't been on Tyler's show, because I look at his stuff regularly too. So... yeah, maybe that one is the odd one out then.
For increased oversight and airspace control.
But he certainly went on a lot of fake other channels, didn't he? UFO Man, Grifter. Who else did he go on? What's that? Everything. What's that channel called? The Theory of Everything, that guy, Indian guy, or Indian American, I can't remember his name. Who else did he go on? That's big channels out there. Well, he certainly went on his show. His one was big, wasn't it? Didn't Lou go on his, Lou's show? Lou on Lou. And then there's all that sort of huckus about the Fallon 5, and it all sort of broke down. So let's skim it.
Vehemently denies. And then
the fifth one. Oh right, we missed one. Leaked information. Yeah, we see that we're cool about, don't we? Anyway, it's quite interesting what the computer spat back. How you'd fake it all. It's definitely spot on there. So I'll post a link down there. You can watch the rest of it on his channel. Lou shows ChatGPT response to how to con public to get more funding, which actually happened. They did. On to the next one. Not sure I'm going to have time to do them all, actually. There was something about GUFON there. Ah, this one here. Was it on his one? Let's just check it out. Where have I got it cute?
3 blocks of...
Alright, so we're back on...
You want potato in your combo?
what kind of potato? Hang on, I'm just being interrupted.
You want mashed potato in your combo?
Yeah, I have a little bit. Not too much like last time. Yeah, so he's promoting this Mars and Moon anomaly, man. We just covered one at the start of the show called Ken. And he goes, wow. So looking at this thing here, it looks like a Rubik's Cube. But we've actually talked about this before, right? There are Rubic Cube structures like this on Earth. And if you filmed it from above, that's what it would look like. Remember the Basalt towers that you get around the world where you got volcanoes? Towers, Earth. Let's see what comes up. These things here. So this is going to be a quick debunk. So looking downwards, you can see there's definitely similar shapes happening. Blocks, right? Blocks. Where you got basalt on any planet, you get the square blocks, and when you get a few of them together, that looks like a Rubik's Cube or even hexagon shapes. It looks like it's man-made, and it's not. It's made by Mother Nature, right? Looks like concrete paving, where you get the little shapes added to your driveway. Yeah, I was just seeing if there's any ones that match that one exactly. There might be something out there where someone's taken a photograph of the Rubic cube. But yeah, that's all natural. Nothing to do with man. So let's see, Basalt Tower. Let's say Rubik's cube. Yeah, let's see what comes up. Here we go. Looks like Rubik's cubes. Looks like building blocks. It's only got a few images by the looks of it. I was hoping we might be able to find something on the Earth that matches it exactly. Might be something out there. Nothing come up there, but anyway, you get what I mean. So let's just play this.
To the top left. Also looks like we have something narrow coming up over this block.
I'll just go back a wee bit.
Over the spot over there. Looks like that could be a circular opening. And there's the illustration top down. Alright,
so we saw a lot of these type blocks scattered in those Earth photographs. So we expect to see basalt blocks and towers also on Mars. Alright. It's no mystery.
Over there. And I'm sure you'll agree with me, this part.
This is why this guy here is disinformation agent, another one that's making lots of money at promoting this BS. So I'm surprised that no one else apart from me, GUFON's promoting them.
And in combination with those three, looks highly irregular. And there's also similar sized blocks scattered about this area. Check those out if you get a chance. And there's the side view, as I say.
So this is 3D drawing of it, which is incorrect, really. I think this one is a lot higher than these ones here. You can't tell from an overhead shot, can you? So where's the close-up one?
We had a backyard. And
oh, he's dribbling. Why is it not getting to the same space?
And the customary smaller protrusion or knob in its center.
Okay, so these are just out of focus square basalt blocks, right? Natural formed, because the crystallized rock that form the straight edges, right? So we've been over that before. And of course GUFON doesn't know anything because he never does any research, let alone
type anomaly.
Ask anyone for their technical experience.
You know, this even looks like a ramp. This looks like it goes upward.
Oh no.
Right here.
And then this strange...
You can't tell from a looking down picture.
Yeah, something underneath it.
Sticking into
no.
the center.
They're just out of focus square blocks, right?
Ports to it there.
Oh yeah, they're like ports. Okay.
So what could this be?
He also got no scale reference here. Those blocks are probably only like 2 feet big, right?
Interesting.
So where's the scale thing on this?
Possibly.
So weird.
Then again, we've seen so many of these.
So weird.
Yeah, so he goes well when he's talking about the blocks. Whereabouts was it? Wow, wow. It looks like a Rubik's Cube.
There. Looks like that could be a circular opening. And there's the illustration top down as the Mars reconnaissance.
1 minute 45 second looks like. And here we go. In 3.
Okay, we saw all these type of blocks in those Earth pictures, right? On the beachfront.
2. Gosh.
Blocks, these smaller blocks that are scattered about on top of this rather strange surface. So there it is, folks, that pyramid that I was talking about.
Wow.
It's probably about
wow.
across.
Look at this. You can see the...
Okay, so we've been through these ones before. These, again, basalt volcanic rock, similar to what you get in Antarctica, where it forms these triangle shapes and sharp edges. You can see they're not blocks. It's not made of blocks like a normal pyramid. Look, you can tell it's just normal volcanic basalt rock that's formed and sort of chipped away from the environment effect, you know, wind and all that. You see, where's the other side? Are they saying it's buried here? You see what I mean? There's no edge coming down this way. Yeah, you remember the Antarctica pyramids. I'll just bring up the image on. Antarctic. Is that right? Pyramids. Let's see if it comes up. Images. These ones here. Remember these ones? You can see they're not pyramids. They're actually massive chunks of peaks of this basalt rock that's formed sharp edges and blocks. And that's looking down on it, right? Maybe a third face promoted all that shit and Tyler Klockner on security. Exactly the same on Mars. Exactly the same type of rock. Cold environment, high winds. It's just nonsense. It's just Mother Nature again.
The dust that piled up on it.
Yeah,
right?
what happens when the...
It's probably right down there, the edge. Booyah. Pew.
No, it's not.
That looks cool. Looks cool.
Was this possibly a full-size...
So, you know, Mars has got lots of sand and a lot of wind, and of course you're going to get sand build up, right? Anyway, enough of that bull crap. Let's move on. Okay, the famous alien picture one. Real aliens caught on film. A lot of this come from Third Phase and Jaime M again. And to me, when I saw that there, I thought, oh, looks like a puppet. Because look, it's got a hole where the arm joins on. It looks like part of... where maybe a kid or actor could fit into there and actually control it or whatever. Could run around at the bottom that you don't see, and they just pull levers there. Maybe that, you know, it's a bit like we call it the Muppets, you know, where they used to have it above their heads and they just pull on levers and stuff and it moves bits. But yeah, there's a whole video here of them. And I'll just, and there he is there, promoting these fakes at Congress, not Congress, what's that thing called? Yeah, it's Congress, isn't it? UFO Congress, or whatever it's called. Does it say there?
Time is running.
So you're showing all these fakes, right? Okay. A lot of these are actually just dolls. Some of them were that K-Mite alien doll. I'm not sure if I can find the original.
What could be the reason just to hoax this? The whole the pixels in the creature are the same.
Yeah, that's this K-Mite doll, K-Mite alien doll. I think it's the same one actually. But there's all sorts of these things you can use to make fakes with. Hit the bloody caps button again. So you can see there's a few things out there. K-Mite. And the famous Bushman one. Oh, there we go. He said this was a real alien. Turns out it's a K-Mite doll. And here's a close-up of it. But you can actually find one in a box like this. K-Mite doll. So yeah, just shows you what's available. Blow up aliens. Hey, there's that little cutie one. Looks like I haven't got it in a box. Look at this one. This is the sort of thing Greer would use. The baby alien. Anyway, I've covered it before. I've got some better images. Probably have to search around for it. So look at this one here compared to what we just got. It doesn't quite match, I don't think, that one. It's close though, isn't it? What's that say? Walmart, out of stock. Alien prop. There you go. Yeah, so it puts up all these crazy ones.
Took this photograph, a 14-year-old.
Okay, it looks like the same thing again, doesn't it? So I'll just stand a prop there. That one there, is it? Walmart alien doll, Italy. Looks like, is it the same one? Yeah, it's the same one, isn't it? Different angle. By tipping the head down, changes its face a wee bit. So let's have a look. That one's got its head going up. It's blurry as hell, isn't it? You can also get, not from this K-Mite, but you can get other ones as well. Let's have a look. There we go. Alien doll. So the eyes are closer together there. So I don't think that's the same one. Of course, then you got latex and silicone masks that you can wear. Does that look like it could be a kid? Too skinny. It has to be a prop of some kind. It's not moving. Is it moving in this one? Oh.
That what they saw is exactly this outside Juarez on August 20.
The fakers trying to make some money on TV. Okay, so this is the one with the alien where they enhanced the picture to get they lost my image. Looks like they only kept it live for a certain time. Ah, damn. I actually did a search on the original image. And let's see, they enhanced it here somewhere. There it is. So I took a snap of that one, run it through Tinoi, which have deleted my search results, so it's no good now. And on that page, I found this one, which analyzes the photo, well, the actual, yeah, it's a photo. It's not a video. And photos of alleged alien looking like a hoax. So there is some analysis on it, contrast, to bring out details, and they've got various things here. I'll post a link to it so you can zoom in and read it yourself. So we thought we'd call up an older example from 1999 where we discovered a particular UFO photo fake where the darkness was used to mask a larger stage reality. So there's the fake, and once you apply filters to it, you got all this hidden in the background. So what is it on that one? Is it a model? Yeah, it looks like a model, isn't it? It looks like there's something coming up here, holding it up. What's the rest of it here though? Can't quite make it out. Is it a building? Ah, right, could be a light. Oh, it's a chandelier, is it? Can't quite make it out. What's it say here? A lighten mature scaffolding when subject to scaffolding. Contrast burning. Click here for larger detail. So what do they mean by scaffolding? That thing going up in the middle? Well, I would have debunked that one too with the same filters probably. But anyway, it's also likely that the alien used in the photo in this feature is a 3D model, which can be articulated. Okay. So apparently there's a alien doll, was it? Is that what they're saying? Or are they saying it's CGI? Alien doll, rendered with realistic lighting. Okay, it's a 3D model, not actual thing you can buy. Must admit, it does look like the right cheeks on it, the right shaped head on it, and the long face on it. So it looks like they pinned it pretty well. The angle of the eyes, yep, I agree. That is a exact same thing. Looks like there's some darkness around the arms there too, which would match that one there. So why, I don't know. Why they'd do that on the 3D model. So there you go. Debunked. And of course, that's why you can't believe anything that Jaime M or Third Phase put up, because there you go. And that was debunked in 2004. And I'm pretty sure we've seen these images only recycle a year ago on Third Phase. You might be able to remember. Anyway, I got a dash, probably. I think this is the last thing I can do. Oop. Fake alien. So no real stuff to look up again, unfortunately, guys. And I haven't caught anything interesting on my cameras. It's gone pretty quiet here. But yeah, I'm still working on that outside camera business, but the weather's been crap. I've got all my bits now. And of course I've been sick as well. some days I'm good, normal, and other days I'm really crap. But once I get some food for the day, which I haven't eaten yet, and some drink, I'll probably start to feel a bit better again. But anyway, I posted that, haven't I? Yep. Okay, we can close that one down. I don't normally do this, but I'll post a link to this here so you can have a laugh at all the fake shit that was presented at UFO conference, right? I'll just post that one there. Congress, I think it's called. I think that's what it's called, isn't it? UFO International Congress or Conference. Have we got the right name? I don't know. I can't remember now. Let me just do a quick search. I think they call it UFOC or something. No, it's not going to come up. UFO. I'll just type it in. UFO Congress. Let's see. Oh. It's going to bring up all the new stuff. Conference. International UFO Congress. That's it. UFOC. That's what I should have typed in. So that was back when? I don't know. What year was that aired? This is obviously not 2009, so this probably was round about then, but probably wasn't that year, was it? 11 years ago. Love your show. Who's putting this one up? Top 10 UFO. So it's another shill making money off this crap. So it covers a lot of topics there. But being Jaime M, you can guarantee a lot of them are hoaxes, or most of them are, or just mistaken identity. He doesn't even believe when experts tell him that it's fake or whatever. He just doesn't believe. He's such a shill. I wonder if he still goes to UFO Congress. I wonder if he's still invited. I would doubt it very much. Alright, this is something else just to wrap up. Russian fallen angel found. Went viral. A GUFON was promoting it again. February 2023. It's actually a fake. Just down here. Viral TikTok video of alleged fallen angel statue found in Russia is actually fake. There you go. So it breaks it all down. Yeah, I'll be there in 5 minutes. So it goes down through the whole story here. But it turns out it was lying around for a long time. And they decided to make a fake story with it and put it up. So I ain't got time to read it out to you guys because I got to go for dinner. Hey, blue chickens arrived. No one hardly showed up. I think we've had like 4 viewers all day. Fallen angel promoted by GUFON, who didn't do any research on it, is fake. And you can read that whole article there about where they got it from. Let's It's at the very end. However, the fallen angel video, which caused quite a stir among the residents of the Armmoor region, turned out to be a fake, as explained by the press secretary, blah blah blah. The miners were reportedly from the Algo coal mine, blah blah blah. The statue did not belong to anyone and had been lying around for a long time in a shift camp. So maybe some miner got bored and decided to carve out a statue out of some rock. The two mine workers consensually stumbled across it and decided to weave a story. There you go. So GUFON promoted it. Debunking it, so everybody knows about it. And the other thing was about self-healing concrete. That's been around for a long time. It's nothing unusual. But basically they put additives in the concrete, like lime pellets. So when a crack opens up and water goes into the crack, the pellets dissolve and it reactivates the concrete and heals the concrete up, but it only works on small cracks. Also, the Romans knew about this. They put ash, ground up bone into concrete to make it harder, and they could do underwater concrete in the sea, and it's still there today. The Romans were really clever. But because lime just needs water to heat up and it can set underwater, which is kind of interesting stuff. But yeah, it talks about how self-healing concrete works and the various kinds that you can get and the limitations of it. It's not magic, it's just science again. But yeah, Richard was playing this thing, saying that they found the long lost secret to self-healing concrete, which is total nonsense. It's well established and well known. I'll leave the article there for you to have a read, but you can probably do more research on it. But yeah, I've got to get going, guys. It's been a long day, and with daylight savings mucking us all up again. Truth. Oh, gonna push the wrong button. What happened there? Oh, me trying to rush. There we go. Where's that coming up? Yep. Italians and concrete. Well, you know, the Russians invaded a lot of other countries, and what they do is they took all the best of what the country had, what they invaded. Like if it was like gunpowder, they took gunpowder, and the scientists got as well to tell them how to make more of it. So that's why they become a really powerful army, right? They used all these great building techniques with concrete and making water run up slopes and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, that's how you do it, I guess. But yeah, this article actually goes into quite depth about it, about putting pellets in, and when it cracks and water gets in there and activates the concrete again. It's quite clever, really. But yeah, we're not talking about UFOs. I'm just correcting stuff that's being put out by GUFON. But it would be a good topic to do, actually, self-healing concrete, and actually find some videos of it and how it mends itself. There might be something out there. But anyway, I've got a dash now. God knows how many hours I've done here. Coming up to 5. My eyes are terrible, as I said. But I'm just going to say good night now and dash to dinner. Take care on the roads, and I'll see you next live. Hopefully I can keep on doing them, because every time I want to do a live show, I always feel really sick in the morning. Oh well, if I die, you guys can carry it on, can't you? So yeah, if, good show to go look over about this Ken guy if you missed it all, and Donna Hare stuff. Oh, I don't want to save that. See, I'm doing all the wrong things. Don't save. Go. I think maybe that was slowing us down. I should have closed it earlier. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We got there, and I'm not sure what happened to Gabber. He simply disappeared. I'm not sure if he got called away or was busy on his gaming. Yeah, where's my panel gone? Oh, here we go. Okay. Why is it not kicking in? Oh, right. It's a bit slow. Thanks Blue Chicken, thanks 18 Wheels, Gabber, Yaz. Who else did we have down the side? We didn't see Tommy today, but we were pretty late. I think that's all of them. We didn't have many people. Michael King, of course, Michael King as well. I think he fell asleep. Anyway. I'm the first, maybe the first person to expose some of that, so go and have a watch of it if you missed it, and I'll see you again later. I'll just end it early because I've got a dash.